Hello everyone, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. It's been a little while, but we're ready to continue with the game after a little bit of time away. Good morning and good evening everybody, wherever you are. Thank you for joining the stream today. Hope you're doing well. I'm excited to return to Ivalice. That's right, it's not over. We just finished our Final Fantasy Tactics run, and the Ivalice journey is not yet over. Took a little bit of a break to play a different Final Fantasy game, and then we can come back to 14 to play the Final Fantasy Tactics stuff. The Return to Ivalice Alliance Raid. We're in Kugane. We can talk to the quest giver to see how we go, but also we're going to have to assemble a team. And we're going to have to see how that works. So we shall find out. Sky, Orobon, get in here. Get in here. So we'll start to assemble. And we'll see what happens in regards to getting the raid working. But I'm very excited because the last Alliance raid we did was the mandatory Crystal Tower back in A Realm Reborn. So we have not touched a single Alliance raid since. So we've still got to do the Heavensward one as well. It's the Shadowbringers one. I assume there's an Endwalker one as well. There you go. Scribbles and Knots, the Sky. Wonderful. I try my best to keep track of the Final Fantasy XIV names and the YouTube chat names. It's a little tough sometimes, but do my best. But hopefully we can get enough people in to experience the return to Ivalice. It's going to be a fun time. Everything looks to be running smoothly for the stream, which is good. Slowly getting over my anxieties now of it going into the red with dropped frames, so we should be doing good. So we're going to talk to this guy. We're going to get in. Obviously, if you can't join and you're unable to, no pressure. Like, obviously I'm streaming at a time that isn't, it's kind of like good for most people, but it's still not, the best time ever. I'm also on the Australian server, and I'm not allowed to leave. Only other people are allowed to visit me. And, it's 8 AM in Australia, so it's also the middle of the week. So all of the Final Fantasy XIV degens might be playing, but not the people that have day jobs. So we'll see how we go. But we'll talk to this guy, and we're gonna begin. So it's a dramatis personae. I don't know how to pronounce this guy's name, but I'm going to say it's Kaiten. Knows of someone seeking your acquaintance. Let's proceed with some brand new story. For me, anyway. Welcome, my lord. There's a young maiden here who would speak with you. Miss, the adventurer has arrived. Lina Murila. And here he is, the liberator of both Doma and Almigo in the flesh. I am Lina Murila, correspondent for the Raven. You may recognize me from my expose on the secret lives of the homunculi. But enough small talk. It's not for nothing that I've been standing here since yesterday morning on the off chance you'd pass by. Back to the nodding. No, I'm here because, actually, it's best you heard it from Alma. I am but an observer. Dude, it gets right into it. Alma? Alma, come forth, I've found him. music, chat. Is this the adventurer of whom you spoke? Indeed it is. Please, I beg of you, find my father. You are his only hope. It's all right, Alma. We are attracting unwanted attention. Might I suggest a change of venue? We will await you before the Prima Vista. The theatre barge has a berth at the airship landing. Whoa, how cool is the music? Immediately introduced to Alma as well. The Final Fantasy XIV variant of Alma anyway. That's awesome. Nice. Nice. Got some people. Welcome everybody. Mobius has arrived. We're at a full party at the moment, so I've got 8. We can't break the limits just yet. Sorry, Mobius. Also, I'm going to put that back over there because I'm not healing. I only put my party list down there when I'm a healer so I can see everybody. Alright, we've reached 8, so everybody else just has to follow us around for a while. So we're going to the airship landing. I have jumped down. It's not where I want to be at all. Up, I say. The airships go up. I enjoyed revisiting Kugane and listening to the theme. Nice little throwback to our Stormblood time. Okay. The Alma dialogue at the moment is just sobbing. As I said before, I think it better we continue this conversation in the privacy of the young lady's barge. It's not that I don't trust anyone here. It's simply that I don't trust anyone here. Gate guard Minagumo has been instructed to look out for you. In future, speak with him when you wish to gain admission to the docks. Never too late to join, DG. Because it's an alliance raid. We need every able-bodied Final Fantasy XIV gamer out there. Thank you for coming, Omega. You're probably wondering why I've summoned you to an airship, and a Garlean one at that. Allow me to explain on the shuttle. The Garlean shuttle. We're being kidnapped by the Empire. Airships? I thought these were extinct. It's interesting what we know of Final Fantasy Tactics and now experiencing Final Fantasy XIV's take on it. Dude! We're gonna get so much tactics-related music. And it's so fresh for me now as well. How cool. BGM is set to 100. So we're all good. Make sure the BGM is set to 110. interesting display we're setting up at the moment here. The Prima Vista serves as both stage and home to the majestic Imperial Theatre Company. It's like Final Fantasy IX. You can keep that dirk in your drawers. No one here is a member of the Imperial Army, nor are there any spies within the troop. At least, no known spies. Because isn't the beginning of Final Fantasy IX is like the theater ship, right? Your crew is like the theater group on the airship. Ask anyone and they will readily attest. The majestic Imperial Theatre Company are the finest practitioners of the dramatic arts to be found anywhere on the 3 great continents and beyond. They have admirers throughout the Empire and its territories, and even boast a sizable following in Gridania, hence my assignment to their story. It is a little-known fact, outside Garlemald at least, that the late Emperor was a devoted patron of the arts who supported various theatre troupes to the tune of much coin. Indeed, Solus was so enamored of the majestic plays that he ordered the construction of this very airship, that the troupe might perform in every corner of the Empire. When his grandson took the throne, however, everything changed. Now, all theatre troupes, domestic and foreign, must submit their works for approval by the Central Imperial Board of Censors. If a play is deemed vulgar or inflammatory, it is banned, and the troupe denied their writs of transit. The worst offenders, well, they are never heard from again. This policy has effectively left playwrights with one of 2 options: compromise their creative integrity to curry favour with his radiance, or put down their quills altogether. The principal of the Majestic, however, chose a 3rd option, to express his disapproval for the new Emperor's policies obliquely in ostensibly unpolitical works. Pray forgive me for my earlier outburst. I am Alma Bas Lexentail, daughter of Principal Genomi Sen Lexentail. Ah, a familiar first name, but a very different relation. Mayhap you have heard of my father's latest play, the Zodiac Brave story? On the surface, it is an innocent retelling of a well-known Garlean fairy tale, hardly worthy of the censors' attention, but beneath, it is something quite different. A fact the censors failed to spot when they approved the manuscript for public performance. This is so hilarious that they're going to take the Zodiac Brave story, one of the most politically driven and complex Final Fantasy narratives about a war between 2 factions and the puppet strings, putting them to the test. And then it gets approved for a play where, hey, no politics, nothing that I disagree with here, otherwise you get banned. That's an incredible story to slip beneath the censor. The play quickly became a huge success. The common folk loved its fantastical story, while the learned class appreciated its true message. By the time the Imperial Board of Censors realized their mistake, it was too late. No longer in a position to prohibit the performance outright without admitting fault, they took aim at the company's purse strings instead. Before long, noble patrons began to withdraw their support, fearing to be associated with the troupe, and by the end, even the learned felt compelled to feign ignorance. By bleeding the Majestic of their funding, the censors robbed them of their voice. And none of this has made it any clearer as to why you're here. Right. Allow me, Lena. Oh, sit here. I know this isn't voice acted, but I was like, he's going to show up with a different voice. I've known Genomi since we were students at the Magitech Academy. When I heard his daughter was in Kugane looking to enlist the aid of an adventurer, I felt compelled to give her your name. Sorry for not announcing myself sooner, old friend. Jeremy and I were for different worlds, but that only served to fuel our friendship. Many were the nights we would prattle on into the wee small hours, warm flagons of peated ale numbing our minds to the other's naive ideologies. Yet, no matter where our conversation began, it would invariably end with him telling me how he was going to change the Empire from the inside out. The troop was to be his path into the people's hearts. Even after the Empire forced him from his home, Jeremy never gave up hope that his work might change the world. Art will ever strain against artificial bounds and borders, man-made walls and misguided wars. It is in such a time of uncertainty that we must needs embrace our calling and take to the skies so others might do the same. What I am trying to say, rather poorly, I concede, is that not all Garleans are hewn from the same stone. Sid says, not all Garleans. Just as there are those who pledge their lives to the Empire and would never think to question the authority of its leaders, there are those, like Alma's father and myself, whose love for their country does not blind them to its flaws. Still, try selling that sack of sunflower to an Alamegid or a Dolman who has watched his family consumed in the flames of a Magitech Reaper. How many Eorzean adventurers you think would leap at the opportunity to help an Imperial search for her missing father, and in Garlean territory no less? But you are different. You've seen enough to know that the line between good and evil is not defined by race, color, or creed. So what say you? I could never turn my back on a damsel in distress. I would make a poor adventurer were I to shy from adventure. Indeed. Now that you understand the nature of the task, perhaps Alma could provide some insight as to where we might begin our search. Shortly before my father disappeared, he began work on his next play, a successor to the Zodiac Brave story. Final Fantasy Tactics sequel. But I am getting ahead of myself. Please, follow me. A successor to the Zodiac Brave story. And it was called Final Fantasy Tactics. Through adventure and hardship, young Delita, a boy of common blood, becomes a hero, culminating in the birth of the mythical kingdom of Ivalice. But that is where the story ends. There are no records of anything that follows. Was Principal Jeremy simply going to invent something? My father believed that he had discovered evidence of a second hero, one whose efforts were largely unnoticed, but without whom Delita would never have risen to his throne. His was the next tale he wanted to tell, the true Zodiac Brave story. Okay. He wants to tell the story that Oren wanted to tell, and then was burned at the stake for. Is that right? The successor is telling from the perspective of Ramza? A second hero. According to my father's studies, this young man was one of Delita's closest friends and confidants. That is, until the untimely passing of Delita's sister forced the two to part ways. Yet, the unnamed hero continued to provide aid to his friend by thwarting the machinations of those who would scheme against Delita, thus paving the way for the pauper's rise to regent. God damn. This is so incredibly satisfying to have just finished the story, to be locked in on tactics, and just a straight confirmation that it was good for us to play that game first, because obviously it's just telling you details of what happened. From the perspective of it being the legend of the Zodiac Brave story. You must forgive me, but I've never heard anyone make such claims. How exactly did your father come by this information? That is a long story. One which begins and ends with Jeremy becoming lost in the very legend he sought to lay bare. Even as far back as our academy days, Ivalice had Jeremy firmly in its grasp. He flatly refused to believe the story was just a fairy tale. And so, when he was finally driven out of Garlemald, it was only natural that he should choose this of all places as his refuge. Was it not, Alma? That is correct, Master Garland. It has long been my father's belief that the ruins of ancient Ivalice lie beyond Nagsha, buried beneath the sands of the Dalmasca Desert. Dalmasca! Poor Dalmasca. The kingdom prospered in relative isolation for countless generations, until the Empire came calling. When not touring, my father would organize expeditions into the Dalmasca Desert to search for proof of Ivalice's existence. Sometimes he would bring back strange artifacts, ancient tomes, and crystals. Crystals unlike any others. You got some auracite just casually in your hand there? My father called them auracite and claimed they were vital to proving his theories. This is one such crystal. By the 12! It's magnificent! Ivalician legend tells of crystals bequeathed by the gods unto those who would be kings. It is during his quest to gather auracite that young Delita rises to prominence. I must have heard the tale 1,000 times from my nursemaid, but that is all it ever was. A tale. My father would often tell us how the auracite spoke to him. At the time, we assumed he was speaking figuratively, that the stone's beauty roused his muse. But then he began to act strangely. How so? Following our arrival here in Hingashi, my father spent most of his time cloistered in his chambers, poring over his past research, and though he was alone, we could oft hear him in conversation. It was not uncommon for my father to recite the lines as he wrote them, but it soon became clear that it was something else. It was as if he was talking to my mother who passed several winters gone. Might this not have been out of mere loneliness, or perhaps the strain of your flight from Garlemald? Possibly, but that would not explain the voices which answered him. Alma, who are these people? I told you I do not require any help finding father, especially from outsiders. Question mark. Yeah, he's got the hair curl and the ponytail. Oh, this is so fun. This is so fun. Just having them recount the tale and then having these names come up. And then also doing stuff like putting Dalmasca, like having Dalmasca mentions, which includes, you know, the more Final Fantasy XII element of Ivalice. So good of you to join us, Ramza. Allow me to introduce... Enough, Master Cid. Maybe shunned by the Empire, but we are still Garleans, and we still have our pride, unlike some, it seems. We require neither the aid nor the pity of foreign rabble. Put this man in the bin. This is not my Ramza. Put this man in the bin. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Have you forgotten where you are, brother? It is we who are the foreign rabble. This land and its customs are all but unknown to us. We would be fools to conduct our search without a proven guide. Your sister is right, Ramza. As my good friend here, your mistrust is ill-placed. I will personally vouch for his character. In all the time I have known him, he has never once let anything as insignificant as race or creed color his judgment. You are lucky to have him. If we could have you, Master Garland, why do you refuse us? You know why. Until this affair with Omega is resolved. He's talking about the other Omega, not to be confused with the guy standing next to him. Until this affair with Omega is resolved, my hands are tied. It pains me to refuse you and your sister, but it pains me far more to leave Genomi to his fate. I am sorry. Sid and Omega having an affair? Not to be confused with me, guys. You need to not apologize and let my emotions get the better of me. After what happened in Rabanastre, it may be time to admit we're out of our depth. Rabanastre mentioned as well. My brother's last expedition met with tragedy in the ruins of the capital city. He barely escaped with his life. The Empire turned Rabanastre into a death trap. You were a fool to set foot there without proper escort. I realize that now, Master Garland, but at the time I saw an opportunity to rescue our father, and I took it. Whatever led you to believe your father was in Dalmasca's capital? My father's fascination with Ivalician legend began with a trip to the antediluvian city, long before the war. Call it a premonition, but something tells me that this is where he has returned. Now you must excuse me. I need some time to think. The antediluvian city. Then, Alma, I shall leave you and your brother in Omega's capable hands. He has ever repaid my trust with interest. You would do well to grant him yours. Thank you, Master Garland. We will not forget this kindness. Ramza showed up with the attitude of Argath there. For a second. Don't do that. You do that. Yeah, I'm like reading the antediluvian phrase, and I'm going, God damn, I'm hearing that in a couple of games now. What are we about to unearth? The Uncaran sarcophagus over here? Oh, how I miss my father. Sid didn't bid me farewell. This is going in my write-up. It's interesting to see how the hairstyle is translated with the ponytail and the little curled up bit. It's an iconic hairstyle. Master Garland seems to think highly of you, so I will withhold judgment until after Dalmasca. Where's our unique quest complete tactics music instead? The protagonist's theme and the background story orchestral roll. We're going to start getting the tactics music. A city fallen. Dalmasca is nestled in a forgotten corner of the Empire's outermost territories. I do not foresee any trouble from the standing army, but would suggest committing to memory the locations of each of the barge's exits, just in case. As for the flight itself, the currents above Dalmasca are as wild as the land below. You may want to hold on. This is the Final Fantasy Tactics experience without voice acting. We have to voice Ramza and all of the characters now, like we would if the Ivalice Chronicles never came out. it's Kai. Welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed Majora's Mask. It's such a good game. Love it. Thanks for watching. I'm glad you enjoyed watching. Because I certainly enjoyed playing. I'm wearing my Gafgarian cosplay at the moment, I guess. I got my Dark Knight armor on. We'll complete our descent to Rabanastre in the shuttle. Ramza. I thought I made myself clear, Alma. The capital was simply too dangerous. Father would never forgive me if I were to lose you trying to rescue him. Your true father is Barbaneth, not Genomie. Come, we are wasting time. There's a Gafgarian fit in the store? What do you mean there's a Gafgarian fit in the store? Can you put the image in the Discord so I can see? Show him to me. Whoa, this is so weird. The royal city of Rabanastre. This is going to get my Final Fantasy XII nostalgia going at the same time of experiencing Final Fantasy Tactics story. This is so cool. According to my father, Rabanastre was already a thriving city some 1,000 years ago. But after performing several private excavations beneath the so-called Desert Sapphire, my father came to the conclusion that it was not the first settlement to stand here. Then, your father believes that Rabanastre sits atop the royal city of Lassalia, capital of Ivalice. But if that's true, it could change history. We would be famous. Lassalia mentioned. Famous? Are you sure you don't mean rich? Ha! Your kind are all alike. Parasites grown fat on the sweat and suffering of others. Bold words for a boy of but 16 summers. And what, pray tell, have I done to deserve such spite? I only wish to learn the truth behind the disappearance of the Empire's foremost playwright. If that should lead to something bigger, well then, I would be the worst reporter in the realm if I did not pursue it. There's something like really familiar about her clothing, but I don't know if I'm imagining it. I don't know what it's reminding me of, like the symbols on her outfit. Yes, we can argue about this now, or we can return to the Prima Vista and report to our army of adventurers that it is time to begin the expedition. I humbly suggest the latter. Hildebrand, purple hair woman. Is it the same outfit as Hildebrand's Pally? Oh my god. The battle music. Dude. I'm about to quote Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, but we haven't played that on the channel yet. A lizard? Lizard? Who are you calling a lizard? We've got the bunga in here as well. Yeah, Final Fantasy Tactics Advance and the Final Fantasy XII nostalgia is coming in. This is so good.
You see, it is as I said, brother. Let them come to us.
They don't even need to show their faces, and I know.
Should we kill them now? No, the time is not right. When has that stopped us before? Fool! Do you see that one? Slayer of gods, they call him. Warrior of light.
They react with fear. Nice. The Bengar. The royal city of Rabanastre now accessible. There we go. It begins. To Rabanastre. Hold on, father. Help is on its way. You cannot expect me to walk away from this. If the legend of Ivalice is true, the public has a right to know. And then we got a beautiful TV screen that says where we are. Okay, so time to figure out the parties indeed. So, the royal city of Rabanastre. Recently, residents of Kugane woke to find hovering above their city an airship unlike any ever seen. Yet while of Garlean design, the vessel distinctly lacked the bleak outfitting common in the Empire's War Machina. No, this was the Prima Vista, private stage for the majestic Imperial Theatre Company, a troupe having won acclaim across Garlemald for their timeless work, the Zodiac Brave story. Which begets the question, why are they here? The answer to that question and more lies in the selfsame legend of which they sing, the legend of Ivalice. How's the queue for Alliance raids? We have no idea. So how do we get this to work with multiple people? Am I allowed to make a party of just a bunch of people or no? What do I have to do? It's been a long time since we did an Alliance raid. Making a party finder. Okay, disband and set up a party finder. Recruit members for an alliance, the royal city of Rabanastre, for duty completion. And then I'm this guy. Oh god, you can actually like try and get it to you. I want a sage. How interesting. One player per job. Unselect classes. Remove role restrictions for all remaining openings. Do I do remove role restrictions so it can just be anybody? I'll make it a private party and party password up to 4 digits. It's a very good password. Should we do it unrestricted? In case we don't hit like the full amount of in case we don't hit the full amount and then just try and like hold ourselves back. What do you reckon? Do you think that's a good idea? Yeah, I wouldn't worry about passwords. It's true. You can just kind of have anyone, you know, if some other people come along. If we don't have a totally full group, unrestricted would just make sense, and then we can just kind of like, you know, don't try and go through it too fast, because obviously I want to take my time with it, but it will allow us to not struggle. kind of like take down item level and stuff. Minimum item level Rabanastre is pain. Maybe it will just do unrestricted and just take it easy. Alright, I'm gonna do recruit members. So there it is. Apocalypse time. 23 players remaining. Oh. Dijon Mustard is the first to join. The names are coming in. I'd only do minimum item level if we had a full team. Well, we can always adjust and see what's going on, can't we? Because I can still kind of change it, right? Three parties with at least one member each are necessary when unrestricted party is in effect. So as long as we have one more in Alliance C, we can do it. So if we have one more person in Alliance C, then we can go. Or maybe not. Now I can. Yep. So now we can go in. So the average item level is 305. Yes, best to spread the roles across the parties. But we're not rushing in to go just yet. So if there's still people that want to come in and join, please feel free. We'll need a healer in Alliance C. Yep, there we go. One tank, one healer, each alliance. Yeah. I care about the cutscenes in Alliance raids. This is exciting, though. It's cool. Just have to do this all the time. We just set up a party finder for an alliance to just have more than 8 people run around with us. Yeah, I think if we wanted to do alliance raids with randoms as well on this server, we'd have to do it more in my my afternoon to evening time or on the weekend or something, I would assume. Whoa, orange words. There we go. We have the chat. Disciples of the hand job. Eludra, no worries. We're just filling up the team at the moment. We've got a couple of people waiting to come in, so we should be able to get maybe at this point 4 each in Alliance B and C. So we'd only be missing 8 people out of the total 24. When using an unrestricted party, player and item levels will be synced. When using an unrestricted party, gear will still gain Spirit Bond, enemies will still yield XP. What do you reckon? Should we... If we have a party filled with level 100 people... The chosen duty will be within 8 levels of the lowest level party member. And I'm already level 91, so that doesn't make much of a difference. reckon we should try with minimum item level? I'm gonna do minimum item level just to start, for this one. We'll see how we go. Sync all participants to a duties required level. So we could do that, and then we get taken down to level 70. Try do that. All right, we'll do level sync instead of minimum item level. Satha Anbiho. How exciting is this? Check the newbies that are joining. I'll make sure to get you added as well. Look at all these level 100s. We got 14 out of 24. Oh, yeah, sorry. No, we'll be 9 people down because we've got 7 in Alliance A and not 8. We get such a good piece of tactics music while we wait. Don't know what color I would prefer for my alliance raid. Green. I can see the green more than the orange. Nice. Ludra has entered. So we've got 7 in Alliance A and 4 each in Alliance B and C. Green is Novice Network. Yeah, but I'm never in the Novice Network. I'm never talking in there. I need to leave the Novice Network. I was granted the Returner status because it's been over 45 days. It's been over 45 days since I played the game. Yes, the Novice Network is not real. Alright. Just to confirm to everybody in chat, is there anybody that is potentially joining soon? Or do we have everybody that's currently available to play video games? Scribble says 5 minutes. Gotcha. I love that we have scribbles and knots, and then scribbler sis as well. We have 2 scribblers. I haven't done the, have I done the Savage raids yet, chat? I can't remember. I don't think I have. We'll have to do that together as well. Whoa! Charlotte Luna Crest has joined. Cool. Cool. Let us go. Thank you so much, everybody, for showing up. This is awesome. I appreciate people joining for this. So if I reckon we'll get Scribblers into Alliance C, and that gets us 18, which is pretty awesome. I am but a humble Final Fantasy XIV gamer. I don't get to be like someone that plays Final Fantasy XIV and then they end up breaking the servers and having 2,000 people follow them around everywhere. I like that we've got a niche little group instead. It feels a little more immersive, you know? I'm putting up posters on the walls saying, please join my alliance right now. I'm barely getting 24 people. Oceana has never seen so many players. Pain. There's quite a few. There's quite a few of us, at least 12. I think there's a decent community size with a content creator that plays Final Fantasy XIV in Australia. So there are a few Final Fantasy XIV Australian content creators for sure. Sarah Jane, that's the one. Get Sarah Jane in here. I'll just say, hey, from one Australian to another, help me out. Guildmates doing this in the cities, yelling to fill a party finder. She's got good taste. She's got good taste in worlds. Sephiroth best world. It is early morning, yes. It is, it's 9 a.m. Good old 9 a.m. Alliance raiding, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, I need to check out the Gafgarian armor in the server. Let me have a look. Of course we'll have a look. That's pretty cool. I like it. I'm gonna tell my grandkids this was Estinian. No. That's cool. That's fair enough, Stopbot. I only have enough time and energy to really play this one, even though there's multiple that I'd like to get to. And that's, you know, it's a sad thought when I'm like, okay, well, I'll be playing Final Fantasy 14, and that means I can't play Final Fantasy 11, which means I also can't play Star Wars The Old Republic. That also means I can't go way back and play Star Wars Galaxies, because I can't play multiple MMOs at a time. My dream, though, is to play all of those. I want to play 11, and I want to play Star Wars The Old Republic and Star Wars Galaxies, because you can still play Galaxies. You can play Galaxies. People have kept Galaxies alive. If you know where to look, you can get Star Wars Galaxies, make a character, and play that game. It's kind of like a dream for me in that sense. I would love to have a whole group being able to play like vintage Star Wars MMO. How cool would that be? Be amazing. Whoa. It's nighttime outside. The lights went dark. Scribblers, if you go into Party and then Party Finder, we should be right here. The Royal City of Rabanastre. Sorry, excuse me. And I would say join Alliance C, as that needs another spot. As a DPS, preferably, but I think it should be fine. As you can see, the Party Finder is going off. It's so active. Ah, the world visit. I don't know how to do that. I'm not allowed to travel. I'm actually locked in here. You all have to come visit me. So I don't know how to do it. Yeah, look, 9 a.m. on a Wednesday morning, chat. This makes sense to me. You know? 9 p.m. on a Wednesday night, this might be a little bit different. Who knows? Mobius would know. Mobius plays at different times in the day, I assume. What did we do last time for the Crystal Tower? We waited in queue, didn't we? But it was easier because it's a mandatory alliance raid. Because you have to do it. So there's gonna be people doing it at some point. We were Exodus back then. You're so right. We were on the NA servers. You're so right. Very nice. Varambe Scribbler. I love that Scribbler's in the name still. Very cool. Easy solution, make all the alliance raids necessary. That's right, I say. Okay. I think we've got everyone that we can get in here, which is good. And Dawn is with us in spirit. Dawn is our invisible 6th member of Alliance C. So, you know, just the echo of Dawn is with us. Okay? I think we'll start with 18 out of 24. That's a pretty solid effort. Thank you so much for joining, everybody. Happy to have you here. Ready check has been commenced. Very nice. All right. The Royal City of Rabanastre. Here we go. So now I quit using the party finder and then we can go. Party recruitment ended. This is so exciting. Alright, time to remember how to play Final Fantasy XIV. Which button is it again? Alright, we're at level sync, so we all should be level 17. Where's Boko? Oh, dude. You're gonna see me going off about Final Fantasy XII shit as well. Look, it's the Final Fantasy XII save crystal. Oh my god. Yo! Oh, I missed the screenshot. I didn't get to screenshot that. Oh, this is sick. I wish our parties could be this big all the time. It's a teleportation crystal. These are no ordinary birds. They're gonna cast fucking meteor on you. They got the meteor chocobos.
Something foul prevents our crossing. Wear its numbing breath.
Whoa. It's Mateus. We're going right in. Oh my god, we're right in. Oh my god, they're wasting no time. Tactics battle theme like nothing has ever changed. You're still just playing tactics right now. We got a figure skater on the thing.
Ice burns hotter than flame. You are branded for life.
I am getting back into the swing of things, chat, so if I am doing anything wrong, if we fuck up, I appreciate your patience. At the moment, I'm just gonna smack something.
Goddess of ice, be my shield.
Casting Rebind. Dual cast as well. Oh my god. What? Hell! Oh my god, okay. We've got a few dead people right now.
Let the Ica flow, let it birth that Maya, that blah blah.
Oh no, they've got not the flume toads. Mateus is the giant mermaid. I died. I was sorry. Sorry, chat. I was too busy looking at Mateus. I was looking at Mateus' side-to-side swerving movement for a second. She got me. Oh my god, I'm breathless. How do I... Stop suffocating me.
Petty creatures, and still you do not fall.
People have ice balls chasing them around. Mateus is ether. He is your god. Oh my god. I assume normally it's one of these per alliance group, but which more. Ooh. We might. Are we dead? Are we dead? I think we're dead. Now the city shall sleep. Let's go. Yeah, so close. We died. Incredible. Yeah, it's a practice run, exactly. Alright, wait till everybody's all together. Now, is there anything I should do different? Or should we try, as soon as those three things appear, we gotta split them up and have, yeah, each alliance go for their own one. That's what I thought, because I'm like, there's three of them. A west, B north, C east. Okay, so when they appear, I'll go over this side with A team. Nice, cool markers. And also remember to breathe at some point. Yeah. All right. If you don't mind, I'm gonna be a tank that sits on the boss. But I guess there is a tank for the ads as well. This is much better than just wiping the boss easily, though, on unsynced, so we get to do it kind of properly. Do we want to be in the water? so interesting to watch what everyone else is doing too. So people got to run through bubbles. I'm smacking the boss. We got someone doing a bubble popping session. The figure skaters are crazy.
Living shield, protect me from evil.
How's the volume as well, by the way, chat? Does everything sound good? Nothing's too loud? Yeah, so we gotta go over this way. I think this run's going much better.
Let it birth the mire that will drown thy enemies.
So it's time to start drowning. Toxins begin to spread through your body, so we got to take out the toads. Oh, do the toads give us... the toads give us the bubbles to breathe in? Or not? We breathe in a little air bubble? I think so, yeah.
Petty creatures, and still you do not fall.
Nice, this has gone much better. So we're about to get to the ether build, or we might even finish. Oh! Yeah, alright, so ether time. Alliance A over here. Send some to C, some to B. Oh shit. Let's go.
How is this possible? Nothing can withstand the cold. Nothing.
Mateus, what you have to understand about me is the cold never bothered me anyway.
Fools, you have not yet seen the limit of my reach.
I've never looked at the Alliance loot before. It's Ivalician though. Is this unique underwear? Is this unique clothing from this raid specifically that's like that it looks like Ivalice style, or no? Or is it just like reskin stuff? 12 in tactics reference and it's unique. Oh man, I'm gonna want to like look at some of them that I want to pick up for sure. Hopefully I get some nice pieces of gear. Can you get like, do they have any, I assume they would probably make you pay for it if they had like main character equipment, like Rams's outfit, stuff like that, like Gafgarian's thing as well. Sniffing Sikh bandit.
You ain't supposed to be here.
Yeah, we're gonna be taking our time. Obviously, we're gonna go through and see what's going on in this place. I think level sync worked out really quite well. I think someone has put a square on me. Black Chocobo, guys, they're gonna cast Meteor. The Black Chocobo has Meteor Seed. No, was it Meteor Shot or something? And then the red ones just straight up have Meteor. There's so many of them. There's so many of them. Joko pellets here. Not Meteor Shot. Jesus Christ. It's the... yes, dude. It's the Meteor Chocobo. Oh my god. Dude, and they got the Mimic chests from Final Fantasy XII. Oh my god. Chat, I'm so happy that I finally am doing this raid. I'm so fucking glad that Final Fantasy Tactics got a remaster as well. That's just so nice. I'm in the best timeline right now for Final Fantasy content. What a treat though, honestly. My father mentioned the Empire might put down... Why is that timer so small? Is that in general? Yeah. My father mentioned the Empire using their might to put down rebellions within the city, but this destruction is too widespread. What if that creature we fought earlier? Another of the twisted others. This is not the work of the Empire. Something is wrong here. That dialogue goes way too fast for the amount of text that it puts on the screen. Is there a way to actually slow that down, by the way? And then I've just never chosen it. Can you keep text on screen for longer? What would that be if that was something? It feels like you would be able to keep that on screen for longer. It's kind of annoying when I'm trying to read and it disappears. At least it's in the general, it's synced across all players. At least I can read it in the general thing. Oh my god, who is this? Hashmal! Oh my god. Bringer of Order. These character renders. Oh my god.
Without order, creation is doomed to descend into chaos. I bring that order. You will kneel!
That's right. Voice acting courtesy of me. Oh man, I'm gonna need to look at these 3D renders later. We're making big towers happen. And then we're cutting the tower. And then we're making the tower fall! He's chopping down towers on me. Not the only person who got killed by that. Never mind me. went, whoa, he's cutting down that tower. Where's it gonna go? Oh, shit. It's casting Quake 4. This is... Oh, mana. This is kind of sick. I love that he has, instead of it being like Quake-ga or Quake-ja or something, it's like numbered, similar to like Final Fantasy VII was one of the unique games to have Fire 1, Fire 2, Fire 3, Bolt 1, Bolt 2, Bolt 3, you know, in that sort of thing. It's weirdly nostalgic for me. Instead of it being like Thunderga. Everyone's dead? Everyone's dead. He played Command Tower. He's playing Magic the Gathering, dude. It's over. Yeah, I think this game does the numbers as well, but it's just interesting because what I've been playing recently has been using the normal name conventions. Don't worry, guys, we'll get this command tower down and then we'll certainly win. Just the 5 of us. Back the healers, and then the healers will bring back the others, and we'll all be back for sure.
Resistance will be met with retribution. The land shall bury your screams.
He's doing... Oh, God. He's doing something. He got 93 mana, so we actually fucking survived.
To defy order is to defy creation itself.
God, he's gonna cut down the town. They're gonna fall. Where are they falling this time? Nice.
2.
Axel right now.
2. Cleansing flame will seal all wounds.
Oh. No! We lost a few. We might be cooked. We've got 3 healers. It's not over. It's not over till I say it's over. I didn't even die in this attempt, not once, not to any tower falling on my head.
Earth Hammer.
Oh. Kate, no! The fact that we're still in this fight.
Is it futile? No, I refuse!
Limit break. Limit break.
Tear them asunder.
Come on. Where's the limit break to revive everybody? Come on. Where's the full Phoenix limit break? A sand sphere materializes. Yeah, let me deal with that. Alright, it's a competition. Who's the last man standing? There you go. Oh, I was the last man standing. You were over there. Okay. I was the last man standing. Oh, that's so funny. We don't have a party with 8, so no limit break 3. Ooh. Maybe we should have had 1 from Alliance B go into Alliance A after all. Not bad, chat. We held on. We held on. It is limit break 3. I thought so. What's the... There's like a command for like... Is it just straight up leave novice network? So I don't have to see the novice stuff. I don't know if that removes the returner status though. I don't think it does. Buffs and limit breaks only apply to your own party. Oh, I should have used the teleportation stone. Sorry. I thought I was right in front of the boss. But you can revive other parties, right? Can a healer in Alliance A revive, like, Alliance B and C? We're not, like, separated like that, are we? Filter out in the chat log settings. Yeah. Get out of here. Alright, let's go again. Alright, don't get crushed by a falling tower. It feels very nice to return to this game, though. It's like the coolest way you could get eased back into the game after finishing Tactics is to play more Tactics. Timber! Oh, I was waiting for him to do the fire circles on the ground. That's my bad. I didn't realize it was half of the whole fucking ground move. So he's doing mana. It's command tower time. That's really cruel. So we're all separated trying to get sand spheres, but then we need to run to like a protective... We all need to huddle up together at that point as well. Okay. So it's tough luck. Maybe you gotta kill the sand spheres faster. Mantel went down a lot faster.
Resistance will be met with retribution.
Two! Yeah, stop doing these black holes on me. Okay, now is this circles on the ground? It is, yeah. That's what I was waiting for. First time. Eight people on each sand sphere would share the damage more than well enough. Threw pocket sand at me. Edge of darkness. He's doing Earth Hammer.
Even the laws of life itself are mine to bend. Rise, sand.
And now it's Sand Warrior time.
Them asunder.
Submission tower. Okay. Cut it down, baby. Oh no, there's multiple. Ah. It's all good, guys. I'll get this one. I got this one. This one's all mine. Me and Scribbler has got this one. Okay, I can see that he's gonna blow up half of that wall, half of that floor. There you go. My God. We're so close. I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating. It gets everywhere. Die. Hey, Ramza, you want to help? No? Okay. The astrologer's slops and the enchanter's gloves. Oh, no, wait. They're adding cosmetics for every single class, aren't they? They confirm that that's a thing. You're going to be able to put anything on anyone, right? Oh, that means if there's any Ivalician stuff that I like, that means I'll be able to put it on my guy regardless. Oh, yeah. How cool is that? That's sick. I'm excited to see how that's going to go. The cosmetic updates are going to go crazy, you know? For what people are going to make their characters look like. That's super fun. I'm going to be a Dark Knight Sage. That was cool. No, anybody who's dying, you don't have to apologize. We've also put on a level sync. There will be some ping issues. We're on an Australian server, and we've died once, and then we smash it the second time, so that's fine. It's much better than just crushing it. Don't stress about ping, guys. We're not in an elitist group here. Alright, let's get these Sikh bandits.
Those ain't Imperial colors. Where did they come from?
If we lose to... Yeah, actually, though, if you do die to the bandits, you are kicked from the group. Hey, give me a mimic chest. Oh! Dude, it looks just like it does in Tactics, but more high fidelity. Oh, the Archaeo Demon, look at that. They're huge. Actually, I love this so much. You get to see, like, proper sized enemies instead of them all being, like, similar on the Tactics battlefield. The Archaeo Demon. And they're doing their moves. Something I love about Final Fantasy that it's been able to do is that the character and monster designs are so timeless and iconic that they barely need any updates or changes when they're like brought into something like this. Like, there are monsters from Final Fantasy, you know, all the pixel games that have stood the test of time that translate into 3D so well. Character designs that just do not need updating at all, really. That's one of the things I really love about Final Fantasy VII Remake is outside of a few very minor additions to some of the characters' outfits, you don't need to have those additions, you know, like Tifa having a couple of changes to her outfit, Barrett having a couple of changes to his outfit. But like Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse, their like cool little outfits go from the PS1 to the remake so well. We're in the Garam Scythe Waterway, yeah! These tunnels are said to have existed since before the Kingdom of Dalmasca was born. As the city grows, channels are widened and new outlets dug. I would venture that some of the pools are so deep, no one alive has ever seen their bottoms. Their bottoms? I'm gonna be real with you, the only thing... Oh god, we're swimming? Oh my god, we're swimming? I'm gonna be real with you, the only thing that I would like at this point in time is instead of it playing Final Fantasy Tactics music, I wish it was playing Final Fantasy XII music, because we're in a Final Fantasy XII location. Like Rabanastre and the Garam Scythe Waterways this is all Final Fantasy XII. Wow. This is very different to the PS2 version. It would be such a fun creative challenge to take locations from a previous Final Fantasy game and then translate them into 14. I think one of my favorite parts about Alliance raids as well is that they are like so huge and elaborate when it like splits up your party and you get to like walk and navigate different spaces. It's such a good concept in the sense that it gives you... You're in this massive adventuring party and you don't all just go the same way. It's sick. It's legitimately been 4 years since my last Alliance raid. How crazy is that? I started playing this game in 2021. We have come far. Yo! The royal city of Lassalia is buried underneath Rabanastre and the Garam Scythe waterways. It's true. The city of Ivalician legend. Look how cool that is! Creatures here are not mere beasts or void sent. The secrets that lie beyond must be ones worth keeping. Oh my god, that's so cool. Ruffocale. What the fuck? Look at that chariot. chariot beast is crazy.
Hark! What army marches on Rofocales? Demets?
This guy needs to be voiced by Willem Dafoe from The Lighthouse.
Hark!
I'll never not be able to read that word in his voice. You liked me, lobster. Chromatos, thanks for the shout. I think I've definitely had Dement said enough to me, I think, over the course of this game. So I know. But I always pronounce it Dement, I don't know, because it's just like, it's hard. I read it that way, but I know what the word means, if that makes sense. But thanks for telling me that they're pronounced the same, actually. I didn't know that. I'll say domain. How weird are words and letters, dude? Oh god, he's, okay. Mapping out a path. I've had Urianger talk to me so much. Oh no. Okay. Ow. Ow. You will not see me until my lance has transfixed your very soul. Oh man, such good dialogue. Oh, he's doing Crush Weapon! Oh my god. He's doing Crush Weapon! What the fuck? Could you imagine if in a Final Fantasy XIV raid you suffered the Final Fantasy Tactics bullshit of like having your weapon or armor broken? What does this version actually do? Oh. It'd be so funny if it forced you to go into your inventory and you'd be, oh fuck, I gotta get my other sword. Sound the battle horns, soldiers to me! Oh my god, he summoned the Arcadians. Ah, okay. I guess each group needs to be at a particular one. Oh, we've just got locked in. Okay. Okay. All go. Okay. And he's just constantly running me over with a fucking chariot. Okay. Yeah, sorry guys, we're locked in here for a second. Give me a moment.
The heavens tremble in my wake.
Ethereal acceleration. Santa Claus is coming to town. The auracite.
Gaze upon its undying brilliance and know true fear. Even a hound knows when to turn tail. Would you have us think you less than chattel? Rise in the land's embrace.
Again, I just beg for battle dialogue being the only thing that they voiced if they had a choice, you know what I mean? Like, at least voice the battle dialogue. At least you've got me, guys. I'll say words. Bro is drifting in that thing. my god. Whoa. What the fuck?
Without light, there can be only darkness.
Okay. Oh.
Born of darkness, born of night, come forth, my children.
We have to get into the thing.
The tip of my lance is already at your neck. Submit or die.
I have to interact with it. Oh, fuck. Oh! Yeah, sometimes they do it. Oh my god, Crush Helm. Crush Helm. It's the same, oh my god, it's the same visual effect. Obviously it's done in a different way, but when they do Crush Weapon, Crush Helm, it's like that spike that comes out of the ground. It's the exact same spike. They just throw it at you instead. That's cool as fuck. It's such a passionate recreation of these elements. Like, if they're going to the point to even recreate the fucking battle effects, you know? That's so cool. Sir, we're gonna pull you over. Do you know how fast you were going in this zone? You've been fined.
Ah, to die a good death.
This is actually so good. Oh, I got the Rofakale card. Well, I mean, we got the Rofakale card. If anyone wants to let me have it, I'll take it. I'll take the Rofakale card. The air here feels wrong. Can't you sense it? Ah. Oh my god, is that Argath? That's Argath. Look at that man's face. That's Argath for real. Look at that guy. Well, it's probably, what's his face instead, actually. What's his Weegraph? What'd she say? Can't you sense it? Death awaits in yon chamber. Dude, using the auracite to transform into Lucavi is so cool.
Rightful king of Ivalice.
I knew he looks like a dickhead. Oh my god.
Descendants of House Beowulf. Then by my sword shall I banish your souls to the deepest hell.
Oh my god, they changed Argath to become a Lucavi. Oh my god. I saw him immediately and went, that's Argath, what the fuck? Oh my god, that's hilarious. This is so cool, because it's like them taking an opportunity to do something in the original game that totally would have happened. Like, that totally would have happened. Argath would have, like, taken an auracite and, like, sucked on that thing to become a Lucavi. I love that it was my first thought. I said, that looks like a bitch right there. He turned Slay Argath Fidalphus, and he said the Beowulf name, but he said it like Beowulf. Oh my god, he doesn't even get a cool Lucavi name. He's the final thing in Rabanastre as well. Oh my god. That's tops. That's tops. They had an Argath Lucavi fight in War of the Lions. Whoa! Man, I want to play the War of the Lions content. Oh, that's so cool. That's amazing. Okay. This design too, man.
It is to be a fight then. I too happy to oblige.
We got voice acting, chat. We got voice acting, chat. Yeah, he's not even a Lucavi here, but he's like an auracite monster. But he still used the auracite.
Before the wolf.
I can't believe this. So cool. Because it would just be too easy for them to say, oh yeah, we'll do like, you know, WeGraph or like...
From which you run. You will be judged.
Okay. It does symbols. It would be so easy for them to just do a character that turns into a Lucavi. But the fact that they went to the effort to also do something like that. But I guess if you said that he was in War of the Lions, I guess they're pulling from that.
I am Revelation! You will be judged.
I don't understand the symbols. There's an eye, there's a single sword, there's triple swords, there's crossed swords. Interesting. Roll forth from the shadows, my pet. Oh my, he summons a million little Argaths? He summons shades of himself.
You are the blood to stain the circle.
Wow. Common rabble. He has this like a little death thing.
Does it grieve you to see the depths of your own weakness laid bare? Maggots!
They gave Argath the voice out of all of them. That's so funny. Shard of Emptiness.
You do not belong in my world. Step into nothing.
Dark Ultima. You have yet to witness the auracite's true might.
I am the lies upon which you sup. You will be judged. The world has no place for such wretches. Your claim to life is forfeit.
Some people are confused. I'm one of them. Pointing in a different direction. Hey.
To stain the circle. I am a revelation! You will be judged.
Anyone who's not playing in chat can feel free to explain that mechanic, because I cannot make sense of what he's doing there. I don't know what's happening here.
You will be judged.
He's doing a bunch of symbols and then doing something. I don't understand the symbol change.
You are the blood to stain the circle.
My God. Oh! I didn't make it. I didn't make it. He does Simon Says, and Devil Face means don't follow the order. Swords are a 3-2-1. Oh, they are a 3-2-1 countdown. That makes sense.
The gods have no eyes for cattle.
So he does like a... like... does an eye with a line through it, or he does like a press play symbol. Does that mean whether I can attack him or not? Okay, so if it's this face, we can do whatever. If it's the devil face,
You will be judged.
play symbol means keep moving. But only if it's the devil face. Like that one. Okay. Now I ignore it. So he's told me to play, so I don't do anything.
You will be judged.
Did I do that right?
The world has no place for such wretches. Your claim to life is forfeit.
Hey, I need to get over there, but I can't. I can't. I'm a silly little thing. I'm going in the forced direction. Thank you. Help! We got him. Goodbye, bigot. I don't have a good one-liner for you. That's it. That's the one-liner. Zodiac thriller.
This body, it is not my own.
Oh, gods, what have I done? Save me! Ramza! Save me!
Huh. Interesting. Ramza is not gonna save you, you silly boy. You called him less than nothing. I will never forget it. The duty complete gets a unique victory theme from the game. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh my god, dude. That pumped me up so much. The Argath card as well. Oh my god. The Ivalician Fusile's mask, the headgear, the Samurai's dogi. Oh, hang on, let me get in here for we've got to, everybody get in here for a little picture. Alliance group shot. Let me look at this loot. Ivalician Squire's tunic. Oh, dude. This is so good. And I can put this on. That's cool. I'm going to be greedy on a lot of these chat. There's a Legends of Ivalice, a rendered oil depiction of legendary Ivalician figures from a tumultuous age. That's cool. Ultima's transformation, precipitous combat, and trisection. Nice. That was fucking cool. How cool was that? That was amazing. I'm a big fan of that. The locations were cool. Literally, like, the only thing that I was like, maybe what they could have put in there. Oh yeah, true. I got some room. I need to make room. The only thing that they could have done that I would have liked them to do would be putting some Final Fantasy XII music in Rabanastre and the waterways. That would make sense. God, I need to sort this shit out once again. Very cool. Alright. Everybody make sure you've done your loot thing, so I can steal the orchestral rolls. Oh, what are they saying? They're talking. They're talking. You're saying that's not... I don't think their dialogue gets put in here, does it? Make them talk if I approach them again. I just turned around. Said, that's not Dalmascan he was speaking. Never mind. This would be like, why was he saying my name? They repeat eventually. Come on, guys, we're waiting. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I really liked that. Is there... there's more to the... to do that we need a full alliance for, correct? This was just the first part of it? Two more, let's fucking go. An alliance series of 3 raids, yeah. Cool. With story in between. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while since we did one. Alright, chat. I just have to repeat myself and ask politely to make sure that you've done your looting thing so I can get the items, and then we can leave. Let me use this one. Have I already used the... I think I've already... Have I used the Argos horn? Oh my god, I haven't used it. This stuff has been sitting in my inventory. How stupid. I got the little Minfilia. My little Argos. I forgot to even cash those in after Endwalker. We were just so overwhelmed with emotion. I forgot to do that. I don't think I won already, Ragnar. Unless oh, is it already over? Someone else got the orchestral rolls. Cry. That's okay. We got a little Minfilia and a little Argos. There you go. I got a dog. And my Allagan Melon. And my wind-up Heroise. Alright, let's go. That's right. I don't really care too much, Carter. It's fine. We got some auracite. Oh, Papa. Where am I? Father. Ramza. And the Warrior of Light. Yes, I know of you, but that you should come to my rescue. Words fail me. A poor playwright I must seem. Oh, good timing.
Yeah, Bagamnan. The term you're looking for is thank you. Upon which note, I, Bagamnan, bounty hunter, do humbly thank you, Warrior of Light, for delivering me this fine gift. Now hand over the auracite unless you wish to see the desert sands turn red. And be quick, Gijuk here does not have the steadiest of hands. That one! She will bring it to me.
It's literally using the exact same guy from Final Fantasy XII, by the way, in name and character model, which is so cool. This guy is a hassle in Final Fantasy XII. He's got like some cool, like circular saw blade thing weapon. Oh, dude! dude. It's the zodiac symbol of Taurus. It's the Taurus stone.
Yes, this is it. The Duma. And to think we found it so close to Doma. The Duma of Doma, but
He's like, shut up. Yeah, he's like, no fucking puns in my group. Fuck you.
You make a funny joke in my group and you die. Enough, Buggy. We would not have our guests think us underbred.
You have what you want, you thieving lizards. Now unhand him. He called him a lizard as well.
Of course, a banger is always true to his word. I will be keeping this, though.
A book. Father! Bro, they even threw in the lizard line.
You've only yourself to blame for this, but if you mislike the thought, you can always blame the gods. Not that they are listening.
I like that he does a little, like, his own little spin on the, like, blame yourself or God.
Get up, fool! We're leaving.
He shot him and said, get up and get over here. Oh my god, it's stupid. It's just stupid. Dude, they even threw in the lizard line in its own way from Tactics Advance. That's so cool. When your character, who's not Ramza, but he's called Marsh, who has this exact same hairstyle, and he gets pulled into Ivalice for the first time, and he calls a banger a lizard to his face, and he gets upset. Because it's like the equivalent of calling a banger a slur. Oh man, where's my Tactics Advance remaster, dude? I need it. You're going to be alright. We cannot see to your father's hurts here. Come on, we must get him back to the Prima Vista. So is the book that they took the true Zodiac Brave story then? This is such a treat because it's Ivalice, but it's not just Final Fantasy Tactics. It's so cool that they're like using the Ivalice stuff that's come before to like blend it across Tactics 12 and even you know, let's see how we go with Tactics Advance. I'm gonna tell you right now, and none of you say anything to even spoil or allude to it, because sometimes people like to do this, and I trust most of you. I really hope Montblanc is in this. Because Montblanc is in Final Fantasy XII and Tactics Advance, but he's not in original Tactics because Moogles are extinct during that game. But airships are also not a thing in Tactics, and we've got airships right now, so we know that Moogles exist. Give me my Montblanc. I need him. Jeremy remains deep in slumber, but his breathing is steady and his fever has subsided. For now, all we can do is wait. I've sent word to Sid. I hope you don't mind. I meant to talk to the characters first. It's my bad. Majority of players have no idea what the raid is about, so I'm happy to explore it through you. Well, you'll have to listen to me yap about the tactics connections that I can identify, for sure. And if you'd like, and if you haven't, I did the full Final Fantasy Tactics playthrough on stream before this. If you maybe missed it, or haven't got around to it, and it's peak. The story and gameplay. So good. It was really fun stream time. Because I loved that we were able to do it on stream and then name a lot of you that came along with me. That's another thing as well, chat. If any of you that have joined me for the return to Final Fantasy XIV haven't yet watched me go through tactics, some of you did get named in my little clan as well. I did put some Final Fantasy XIV regulars that I run with in that game as well. So you have a name in my clan. So some of you might have missed it, but I named it after most people. But you have a limit on how many people you can have in the clan. So I named as many people as possible. Yeah, some were named after chocobos or behemoths or otherwise. But most actual clan members, which was really, really cool. Alma, Ramza, can you ever forgive me? And you, Sid, it was never my intention to put you to such trouble. I am ever in your debt. You would have done the same for me, Shenami. Besides, it was Omega here who went to all the trouble. If anyone deserves your thanks, it's him. He is right. I have done naught to deserve your kindness, yet I am its beneficiary nonetheless. Cast was a funny little chemist. Luffy was the GOAT. Luffy was a jack of all trades, did so many things, before we got to that point of the game where, like, you just need to bring along story characters for dialogue. Luffy and Donatello carried. Donatello, who has played Final Fantasy XIV, I don't think he's played Dawn Trail yet. Donatello, who has played and enjoyed so much Final Fantasy XIV, and sometimes shows up to go, hey, what's up? He was in there too. And I know he hasn't played or watched Tactics yet. Tusk. Luffy went to school with so many people. So good. So, if I understand correctly, you're saying auracite does not work to facilitate the possession of a living host by an icon, as was assumed to be the case with Ysayle and the Archbishop, but rather absorbs the host's ether, its very soul, and somehow transforms it before returning it to the host's body. If that is the case, our Charlie and allies will need to be informed immediately. But I suppose the real question here is, did you find what you came looking for? The legend would have us believe that Delita Hyrule, the commoner who would be king, was the sole hero of the Zodiac Brave story. But as I have discovered, there was another. Two others, in fact. Siblings whose roles faded from subsequent retellings of the story. A brother and sister by the names of Ramza and Alma. Then, to prepare for this assignment, I pored over every published work on Ivalician legend I could lay my hands on, and nowhere did I find any mention of these siblings. This is great. But I did. I uncovered irrefutable evidence that Delita had a close companion named Ramza, who aided him in his rise to power. This in turn led me to Alma, and that I might never lose sight of the truth, I named my own children after these lost players. So you discovered that, like, years and years and years ago, and then named his kids, and then went to go find the evidence? Or like, okay. So he found evidence of this a really long time ago, enough to name two children and go, oh man, it's a good thing that I'm going to have a boy and a girl in the future. That's very good. That works out. It's like, Dad, why am I named Alma? Shut up, you should have been a girl, mate. So he's named his kids after Ramza and Alma, and then all this time later is pursuing telling the story. Yeah, he only recently left Garlemald because of the change in ruler, and so playwrights were getting, like, censored and pushed away from doing political stories. Sorry, I just totally skipped over that. I'm sorry I never told you any of this, Cid, but you must believe me. Ivalice has never been a mere pastime of mine. It is and forever will be my calling, my purpose, my family's purpose. Go on. The world knows me. I was going to mention this after this cutscene. I was going to literally bring this up. They think of everything. I was going to say, hey, isn't the guy who found the true story Eraslam? Don't need to say anything. The world knows me as Genomi Sen Lexente, but that is but my stage name. My true name is Eraslam Durai. Countless generations past, it was my ancestor who penned the Durai papers, an account of Ivalice and the War of the Lions that details what truly occurred during that turbulent era. Orin the Goat! Orin! I still can't believe the thing. Fair warning as well, by the way, chat. We are playing the tactics-themed Alliance raid, so I am going to talk about the tactics story, and this game is also talking about it as well. So there are spoilers for Final Fantasy Tactics that are going to be spoken about and discussed. Just so you know. For example, rest in peace the goat Orin. Because I can't believe the ending section just being like, yeah, so he tried to take the truth out there and then they said, burn him! And it's just so casually put in there. And I'm like, oh my god. You are tired, father. Rest. I will continue. Long ago, an orphan by the name of Orin Durai crossed paths with both Ramza and Delita. After Delita's rise to power, Orin found himself in the service of the pauper become king. Following the War of the Lions, Orin believed the people of Ivalice had a right to know the truth of Ramza's involvement, and set about documenting his deeds. When the church learned of his intent, however, they branded him a heretic, had him burned at the stake. There you go. I don't even have to say it. The game is going to make sure that you know that he got disrespected. Fucking hell. The Durai papers were never published, and any existing copies were gathered and sealed away in church vaults, the truth about Ivalice along with them. How crazy is that element of, like, history repeating itself, you know? Like, you have the Germanic scriptures from Tactics that you work to, like, uncover the truth and what was covered up, and people, like, knowingly going along with that lie, and then Tactics ends and the exact same thing happens with the Durai papers. And now we're, like, seeing the story of it being uncovered. How cool is that? Again, this is why I'm going to say it's so cool and very fitting that this dev team were the ones trusted to handle the Final Fantasy Tactics remaster. It feels very poetic in a way for them to come back around to the original and do this. I love it so many times. I love it so much. Probably happened many times in real history as well. Yes, because history is written by the victor, and truth becomes whatever the victor wants it to be. And that's happened countless times across all of human existence. And then if there are, like, you know, there's so many, like, actual accounts of information that have been lost to time as well if things have been written, because you got to take good care of writings and books. You know, you don't want to have a Library of Alexandria burned down or anything, do you? Just think about how much, like, information and actual accurate historical accounts have been, like, burned or lost to time due to, like, either religious or political powers. or just unfortunate circumstance. It's wild to think about, because it's this information control. Yeah, the library burning. Goddamn. What was so damning that it would drive the church to do such a thing? Huh. The answer to that question can be found in this book, the only surviving transcript of my ancestors' chronicle, copied from an early draft and passed down for untold generations. So what did the Banga take from Father? A different book. The script for the play. With this, my father and I plan to reveal the truth and restore honor to my family name. So are these guys technically Ramza and Alma Durai as their last name? How wild is that? Forbidden Chronicles, a secret family legacy. Not that I doubt you, Genami, but how do you expect to convince people of all of this, when well nigh every soul in the realm believes Ivalice to be nothing but a bedtime story? By proving that it is anything but. And when people see that Ivalice was real, the rest will fall into place. How interesting is this? Because this is like, you know, descendants so far into the future that Ivalice is a bedtime story. You know, the whole location and setting of Ivalice is a myth. Let alone, like, you know, the Beowulf name being like dragged through the mud. Nobody even knows what that is, who that is. Completely lost to history because of the account of Delita Hyrule instead. So interesting to do that, because there isn't really a name to clear when there's nobody that's aware of the name. Hey, this guy, he was actually a good guy. Oh yeah, alright. How long ago was that? Thousands of years ago? Were it as simple as bringing forth the chronicle and submitting it for review, we would of course have done so long ago. But alas, it is not. The Durai papers, you see, are written in High Ivalician, an ancient tongue long extinct. My father, and his father before him labored tirelessly to decipher this tome, but for want of other sources made only fitful progress. A word here, a phrase there. It wasn't until a recent expedition to Rabanastre turned up several well-preserved artifacts that we were able to translate a small portion of the papers. Then the diary stolen by the Banga bounty hunters. Ah, it was the translation. I'm afraid so. Everything we had learned of the language was contained in those pages. Then we're back to where we started. Not necessarily. You still have the transcript, as well as some few translated passages, and of course, my father's impeccable memory. I have come too far to allow so simple a setback to deter me from my purpose. I will show the world the truth, if it is the last thing I do. It is as Master Garlon said, he is a man obsessed, and I fear Ivalice's grip on him will only grow tighter. Father was fortunate to escape Rabanastre with his life, and already he speaks of continuing his quest. Promise me you'll keep him safe. Please. I want the Warrior of Light to have an echo moment where it like shows us a recreation of the past. Like maybe he touches the auracite and it gives him like an echo and we like actually see it. How cool would that be? I feel like something like that could happen. We'll see how we go. After what I've seen here, I'm all but convinced that Ivalice exists, at least in some form. The problem will be gathering sufficient evidence to convince the thousands of scholars and historians who have based their careers on the presumption that it doesn't. Not that I've ever been one to shy from a challenge, especially when it means the story of the century. If you're in, Omega, then I'm in. If you're not, well, I'm still in. Either way, you'll be hearing from me again soon. That much I promise you. Nice. A city fallen. And then next one is uninvited. Lena appears to have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Nice. Okay. Just going to take a quick 5-minute break, chat. Just going to grab a little snack, have a little bathroom break after finishing that first part of the Alliance raid. So let's just take a quick little break, and then we'll get right back in with uninvited.
Okay, we are back.
Thanks for waiting, everybody. Let's do uninvited. The post-raid looks good. The post-raid photos of the whole group. Also, if for some reason anyone's in here that also played along and hasn't joined the Discord server yet, make sure to do so. We've got a Final Fantasy channel in there, and whenever we play Final Fantasy 14, a whole bunch of screenshots get in there by our lovely Mercury, so you might get some good photos of your character. The Kogane music is so relaxing, isn't it? It's so nice. Alright, let's continue. Omega, where in the world have you been? It's so funny that it's like, where in the world have you been? Right in front of you. I went away, I stepped out, got a snack for 5 minutes. Let's just pretend that we went off and did a whole bunch of Stormblood adventures, because I obviously assume that there's elements of like patch 3 point something, patch 3 point whatever, and then the next update comes in a future patch. Where have you been? Did you not receive Alma's summons? Principal Lexentail's research into the auracite may finally have borne fruit. So we'll just pretend that we've returned here a lot of time later. We must hurry to the Prima Vista before they embark on some grand and perilous adventure without us. It's cool that the Alliance remains as well, so that's good. We've got the Alliance group. So we're at 16 out of 24. We did lose a couple. If those people had to leave because it's late, understandable. Have a nice day. But if you'd like to stick around and rejoin, I guess I'll put out the party finder again, right? That's what I'd have to do. To the shuttle. One was a random. Really? Really? How nice of them. I guess, yeah, we didn't have it as a private thing. So, another Australian is playing this game at the same time? That's crazy. Omega, Lady Murila, thank you for answering my summons. Master Garland was kind enough to send for an Archon from Charlayan, and I thought it only right that you be present to hear her findings. Two of the people in Alliance B joined together and were randoms. That is hilarious. Well, I added them because I assumed that they were just joining from the stream. So that's good. I said, hey, I like you. Stick around. And they have no idea that they were playing to an audience of 10,000 people right now. 10,000 people are here watching, and I'm not hallucinating that number. To be frank, summoning Mikoto was more Ishtola's idea. I simply came along to see what light she could shed on this mystery. But Sid, you can't be frank. I am Mikoto of House Jinba, a Doman, though my years in Sharlayan have made me a stranger here. You must be Omega Ocelot, fabled liberator of men, slayer of false gods, warrior of light. I thought you'd be taller. Hey, I'm taller than you. This is the maximum height allowed for a cat boy. God damn it. I'm at the maximum height allowance. No. We're a short kind of people. That would be so good, being a Lalafell and getting hit with that line. It's so funny. The amount of Lalas that would have gotten hit with that. Just like looking down. Let us speak of the crystal. Also, this is really cool, by the way, is obviously we've played Endwalker, so we've gotten a good exposure to Sharlayan. But, this is during Stormblood, and we're seeing Sharlayan Embassy. Ahead, the Otius, but one of many auracite shards that aided Noble Delita's rise to Regent. My apologies. The Otius is no ordinary crystal, even discounting its obvious historical importance. The specimen is more than a simple manifestation of elementally aspected energies. It is, rather, an ethereal lodestone whose facilitation of both the absorption and transmission of distinct frequency NRR-type harmonic vibrations has been observed to promote ethereal amplification. Words. The resultant neuroharmonic disturbance allows for a highly unique emittance of CPRS waves that, instead of radiating outward with a determinant factor of dispersal, instead resonate inward at a frequency so labored, my estimates place the rate of VRT decay at upwards of several centuries, though I must admit I lack sufficient variance to complete a truly comprehensive graphical assessment. Technobabble. While that explanation may elicit admiring nods from your professors at the Academy, it will earn you only blank looks here. Take a deep breath and try again. This time in a language those of us without the echo might comprehend. Even Sid is the one that's like, hey, what do you say? My apologies, I merely thought... Apologies will see us no nearer to an answer. A simpler explanation will. Bro. Simpler, right. Ether, not building block, but memories. Phenomena. Measurement, ruler. Crystals. Elemental energies. Ether is not only the building block of all things material, but those immaterial as well. Thoughts, memories, feelings, one's very will are all understood to be ethereal phenomena and can be measured as such. Unlike most crystals, which only can emit elemental energies, auracite is tuned not only to absorb ether, but ether specific to the immaterial. That ether is then stored and multiplied within its crystalline confines until external stimuli precipitate release. Eh? Simpler still, please. Try again. Under appropriate conditions, a strong will or desire can become imprinted upon the auracite and stored until fomentation, at which time the desire becomes manifest. Fomentation? What my studious young friend is trying to say is that the Otius takes one's deepest fantasies and makes them reality. Some would say their final fantasy. Ah, yes, that is simpler. You may choose to think of it as a process akin to that of summoning a primal. There being one marked difference. Primal summoning requires a supplemental energy source, such as a horde of elementally charged crystals. Auracite, on the other hand, has the capacity to serve as its own source of power. Sarther and Sky, thank you so much for joining the stream today and for the first part of the Alliance raid. You were most helpful, and I appreciated that a lot. Enjoy your savage raid time. We know from the Durai papers that Argath was never a king of Ivalice. He was slain in battle during the War of the Lions. He also sucked. He was a bigoted nuisance. Never forget the first time that we saw Argath and he started helping me out by healing me, and I said, this guy? Cool guy, like him a lot. Immediately turns around and is the shittest guy ever award. Hey! Bad. He had a good first impression. Terrible after that. Yet the Argath encountered during the recent expedition carried himself as if he had been crowned regent. I believe this was merely the auracite in his possession realizing his desire to rule. I am informed that he uttered the same words over and over again for the duration of the confrontation which unfolded. If that is the case, it is possible it was not actually Argath who uttered them, but the auracite itself. If the Durai papers are accurate, Argath was a weak and petty noble who believed that his blood entitled him to power. The auracite took that belief and twisted it into the abomination we, Omega, put to the sword. A weak and petty noble indeed. And you were saying the crystal could prove a threat? The auracite, Alma. And not necessarily. Ramza seemed to fare well enough. There is no record of the young regent being manipulated by the artifacts he gathered. In the hands of the just, the auracite should prove harmless, even beneficial. To paraphrase, it is not the weapon that kills, but the one who wields it. Now where have I heard that before? Oh yes, it was Emperor Galvus's justification for making the marvels of Magitech and applying them to the manufacture of arms. Where, after all, was the harm if it allowed him to bring order to the three great continents? You draw an intriguing parallel, Master Garland. The properties of these crystals are so singular, I do begin to wonder if they, like Magitech, are products of science and not nature. They were created by someone to... But who? What manner of person would even be capable of such a feat? For that we must read the Germanic scriptures. Hey, they should put Ultima in this game from Final Fantasy Tactics. And for no reason at all in regards to her character design rendered in 3D. They should just put Ultima in the game because it would be cool. Now that is an interesting question, the answer to which I look forward to hearing. Regrettably, I have pressing matters to attend to elsewhere. Fear not, however, Makoto's insight will prove far more beneficial than anything I might accidentally contribute. Good day to you all. I've got Omega things to do. So let me have a look. So return to Ivalice. So return to Ivalice was patch 4.1, 4.3, and 4.5. So every second patch you got to continue. How lucky are we to be able to just play it all in one go? When we catch up to the Dawn Trail stuff, we're fucked. Because then we're going to have to wait. Which is such a pain. So we'll take advantage of how good this is. And then... When was... what was Omega? It was the Omega quests. When did we... What patches were the Omega stuff? Because was that in Stormblood as well? Yeah, Dawn Trail raids will be done by them. Yeah. But then it'll be catch-up time, and then it'll be waiting for the next expansion. It's cool that you've got Sid talking about doing the Omega stuff at the same time. So it's like you had like the Ivalice, and then you had Omega and Ivalice and stuff. That's cool, huh? Alliances, odd number, normal raids, even numbers. That's very fun. Dawn Trail's about to have its final normal raid next month, and the final Alliance raid after. Cool as hell. Find it really hard to follow what's going on in the Alliance when it's current. Yeah, because you got to wait quite a while. It's nice that we get to do it in one go. Yeah, I know Omega's not Alliance. I was just talking about the fact that they kind of take turns with an Alliance and a normal raid, which is pretty cool. It does make sense from like an in-universe perspective of like some time passes before they continue with a storyline. Because obviously then you have a moment when we talk to Lena, and Lena's like, "Where have you been?" And I'm like, "Right here." Right here. It's going to be so exciting. I hope that I can get to Dawn Trail and complete it with enough time to experience the new expansion. I don't know if I'll rush myself to catch up to get to where everybody else is, but it would be so cool to get to that point together and maybe react to the reveal trailer of the expansion as well. Break my rule and react to it ahead of time if I haven't caught up. We'll see how we go. What I don't understand is, if the Duma was imprinted with Argath's deepest desires, then whose desires are rattling about inside the Otius? Put it down. I had the self-same question, and thus conducted a thorough inspection of the crystal upon my arrival. The results were inconclusive. Traces of ethereal activity were present, but to all intents and purposes, the vessel was empty. Empty? But what of the voices I heard? Ooh, Alma heard voices. Voices? I heard nothing of the sort. The only voices you heard, Alma, were in your stubborn head. This Ramza sucks. Ramza, why won't you... Shall we speak of voices, then? What of yours, Alma, our resident voice of dissent? You have done naught but question the wisdom of our research from the moment we left Garlemald. Would you put your petty worries above our family's calling? Yeah, dude. No, I would never. You would never? Then why involve a gossip monger, a goody two-shoes, and this flying mole? Oh, I hear a Moogle. I hear a Moogle. I hear a Moogle. It's not the character model I would like to see in a Moogle, but please be called Montblanc nonetheless. Come on. Come on. Please tell me you can see that. Oh, I was waiting for a speech bubble. Oh, you're just called Moogle. You're just called Moogle. God damn it. Oh. This Ramza is an asshole. He kind of sucks at the moment. I'm hoping that he has some character development and improves. Because he's a pain in the butt. This is not my Ramza. We haven't done the Alliance raid in Heavensward. This is our second Alliance raid that we've ever done. We did Crystal Tower because it was mandatory. And we're now doing this because we played the Ivalice Chronicles. So we will be doing our current to-do list of Final Fantasy XIV content before we start progressing the main story is we're going to do Heavensward Alliances. We're going to do the role quests that are still remaining for Shadowbringers and Endwalker. And then we're going to start doing the patches of Endwalker as well. That is the plan. So I need to get to leveling my Sage and also a different version, a different DPS. God, sometimes I forget. I can't remember. So we're leveling Sage. I need a physical range DPS and magical range DPS, right? Or do I only need one ranged? I think I need one of each. So I'll probably do Dancer. We'll probably do Pictomancer because that one's already like leveled. So just leveling Sage at the moment to do the role quests. But that's where we are. Don't just stand there, get rid of the thing. You're the liberator. Liberate this vessel of that pest. Ah, a Moogle. Yes. A Moogle, and a decidedly dusty one at that. Might this be one of your acquaintances, Omega? He is a little bit dusty. That orb's not looking very red. Most intriguing. Is it alive? It's like nothing I've ever seen before. Can we keep it? Level 2 rogue. Hey, leave me alone. Leave me alone. I said, yeah, let me pick that up. Level 2 rogue. Look at that, level 11 archer. I think I did that during a Realm Reborn. I said, yeah, I'll pick that up. That'll be cool. I'll need to employ the help of Ragnar again to repair my equipment to a sensible level. Let us talk to the Moogle. What is your name, dear Moogle? Please be the name that I want. Am I interrupting? Oh, please do go on. My acceptance into your fine troops' ranks can wait until all have said their piece, Kupo. Guards, get this. Yes! Yes! Of course it has to be. Yes! Montblanc. The name is Montblanc. Denizen of Dalmasca's desert, seeker of thrills, adventurer extraordinaire, but you may call me Montblanc, Kupo. Clan Nazi! Clan Nazi! Now, Montblanc does not look like this, but that's okay. I'm going to show you what my goat looks like, alright? And he looks like this in Final Fantasy XII and Tactics Advance, by the way. He is consistently the coolest looking guy ever. I love him so much. I'm going to show you two examples. I'm going to show you his 2D artwork, and I'm going to show you his 3D model in Final Fantasy XII. This is my king right here. I love him so much. This was, let me think. I'm trying to think about timing. Okay, so my first Moogle encounters growing up as a kid. And this is really funny to think about. My first Moogle was Mog in Final Fantasy VII, and that's the only Moogle thing, is it's like in that mini game, and then I think that there's a Moogle on the Chocobo, which is Chocomog, the summon as well. So you get Chocomog on a summon and Mog in the little mini game. My next Moogle encounter as a kid was in Kingdom Hearts, which was kind of like the more traditional looking Moogle. Kingdom Hearts in Traverse Town, where you've got your Moogle. So that was my second encounter. And then my third encounter with Moogles was Final Fantasy Tactics Advance with Montblanc. So I had a very interesting exposure. Like, my first classic Moogle was not even in a Final Fantasy game. It was in Kingdom Hearts. This is Montblanc right here. This is what he looks like in Tactics. So this is what Moogles looks like. He's still got the little orb, but he was wearing little clothes, and he's like a little rabbit kind of guy instead. Love him. And then this is his 3D model, which is in Final Fantasy 12. Ain't he so cute? He's like a little mouse rabbit guy. Little mouse. Big old ears. When is the Kingdom Hearts raid, DG? Because what the hell? I need Sora in Final Fantasy 14. A Kingdom Hearts raid would actually be the coolest thing ever. So I am aware that the Shadowbringers is Nier related, which is amazing. But it is kind of funny to me because Kingdom Hearts is obviously bigger but Automata, I could see Nier fitting in this quite a lot. But a Kingdom Hearts raid would be crazy, especially because Nier seems to be having a rough time at the moment, or at least Yoko Taro is having a rough time at the moment because dude's having whatever he's being worked on cancelled or shelved, which just really annoys me. It's, yeah. Hey. If Sora can get into Smash, Sora can be in Final Fantasy 14. I would say it would be easier to get Sora in Final Fantasy 14 than Smash, because of this still being Square, you know? Square Enix says, we got Sora in Kingdom Hearts, we can put him in this. But then if you wanted to put Disney references or Disney stuff in here, then it gets a little weird. Could you imagine fighting like Kingdom Hearts enemies in this game? Oh my god, it would be a dream come true. And like Kingdom Hearts outfits and having a Kingdom Key weapon. Kingdom Key having the Mickey keychain. Yeah. It's possible. I'd love to see it. That'd be so good. Anyway, sorry chat. We're getting so excited and talking about things that aren't even real. We're just going insane talking about Kingdom Hearts. Donald would do like his little magic to make Sora, Donald, and Goofy blend in. They'd be wearing like Final Fantasy 14 aesthetic. It would be so cool to see. I actually want them, like, let Donald and Goofy get put in here with Sora, but I want them to be like hyper realistic, you know? I want Donald to be an actual duck and Goofy to be like a dog man. I want hyper realistic Donald and Goofy. It'd be so funny. It'd be so funny. Dalmasca has long been known as a melting pot for myriad cultures, where minor races such as the Sikh, the Banga, and the Vieira might live in relative harmony with the Haier, Elezen, and others. Yet there is no record of a prominent Moogle population. Yes, Moogles were extinct in Ivalice. Most likely because we are neither prominent nor populous. My people are nomadic by nature, ever drawn to the elusive frontier and the freedom she promises, Kupo. Moogle? Of course I'm a Moogle, Kupo. You'd think the adorable wings and the fluffy palm would have given it away. Now about my admission to the majestic... I will allow no such thing. The Majestic is the Empire's premier theatre company. We will not sully its good name by granting refuge to a fluttering bowl of fur. And furthermore, how in the world did this abomination board the Prima Vista in the first place? Don't talk to my guy like that. By means of his wings, were I to guess. As for his admission to our company, I do not seem to recall race, creed, or allegiance on my list of prerequisites. Do you? Yeah, can you discipline your son, please? Did you not raise him to be a good boy? No, father. Very well then. Montblanc, what is it exactly that calls you to the stage? Our stage? What else? The Zodiac Brave story, Coupeau. Never before have I witnessed something so amazing, so moving. Sitting, well, technically hovering there in the audience as the story unfolded around me, I knew I was witnessing something special, something positively transcendental, Coupeau. It was then I realized that either I had to be a part of it, or go to my grave a bitter and broken Moogle. Was this realization before or after you swore you simply had to become the realm's greatest marauder, Coupeau? Erdy. That face. Goofy as a Heroth and Donald as a Lalafell. Yes. Censored. Too explicit to say the name. Erdy, how did you... Perhaps you'd have more success at running away if you didn't reveal your grand designs to every other fool you happen to meet, Coupeau. Was it not but two score nights ago you took up the axe, Coupeau? Now here you are professing your passion for the stage, before carving even a single notch in your haft. Do you not remember, to he who churns the butter goes the sweetest bread? But how is one to savour buttered bread, if his head is in the belly of a fearsome beast? You accuse me of giving up when I merely came to the realization that continuing would end in failure. Only through a change of course could I reach my final destination, Coupeau. And that destination is what? Mama? Are you sure it is not geomancer? Arithmetician? Templar? Do not bother answering, Coupeau. We all know you'll be singing a different tune come cockcrow. Montblanc is going to be turned into a bard. That is where you are mistaken, Herdy. I was destined to be a thespian. I can feel it in my fur. The role of Delita was made for me, Coupeau. Coupeau, enough! Man's first exposure to a Moogle and saying Coupeau. The actors in our company trained at the Empire's finest institutes. They represent the pinnacle of the profession, not only in Garlemald, but across the entire world. A vagrant batmole like you could never hope to share a stage with such artists, let alone play the part of a hero like Delita. You yourself admitted you were too craven to face a solitary beast. How do you imagine you would fare against a pack of theatre critics? Any troop would need proof of valor before it could even consider... Craven? Call me a cheat and call me cur, but do not, sir, call me craven. I accept your challenge. Slay but one foul beast by mine own hand, and the Majestic Theatre Company will accept me into its ranks, Coupeau. Wait, I issued no such. You all are here witnesses, Coupeau, when I return with the head of a terrible beast in my gore-stained hands. You will be honour-bound to welcome me, Montblanc the Mummer, into the fabled ranks of the Majestic. Good day! Ah, it was a Dawn Trail spoiler. Nah, it's definitely Lalafell. It matches the same amount of asterisks. Wonderful. What do we do now? What do? We do nothing. If that Batmole wishes to throw himself on the horns of stampeding Zoe, I will not stand in his way. I believe the proper term of derogation is Molebat, and I should warn you, Moogles do not take kindly to those who use it. Ah, Alma, yes. Why must you always put yourself above others, brother? Did you learn nothing from Argath's wretched example?
Montblanc would never have set off on this fool's errand had you not made the challenge. If anything befalls my brother, his blood will be on your hands.
Omega, you are the only one capable of locating Montblanc and preventing disaster. On behalf of my brother, I beg your assistance. Rescue Montblanc. They did add a hairstyle in the last patch called Simple and Clean. I think I saw that. Gotta be a Kingdom Hearts reference. I think when you say it's not an actual Kingdom Hearts reference, but you like to think it is, I would almost confidently say it is, because this game constantly makes like references to other things with like quest titles and other things. Like, it's not out of the ordinary for Final Fantasy XIV to make funny little wordplay. Like, what was the achievement that I just got? I got an achievement. What was the last one that I got? Zodiac Thriller instead of Zodiac Killer. is so good. So there's a lot of achievements that are
Let the bodies hit the floor.
everywhere you look on this log. Pretty much, you will see uncut. You'll see it. Lazy Town. Lazy Town. That's not even a reference. That's just straight up the name of the TV show. Lazy Town. Check the Discord real quick. Hold on. What am I looking at? They once again went swimming. Oh, yeah, remember when they... Yeah. Yeah. Sora in Smash, Donald and Goofy were not allowed to be in there. Instead, it's the Paopu and the raft. Which I think is actually pretty cool. That's pretty smart that they kept it tied to the Destiny Islands gang with Riku Kairi and like some Destiny Islands related imagery. That's so funny. Ganoush! Welcome to the stream. I have not played Grim Fandango. I think it's on my to-do list. Or I think I have the game somewhere. If it's what I'm thinking of. I think it was free on PlayStation one time, so I might have it somewhere. But it's something that's on the list, for sure. And thank you for the kind words. I really appreciate that, dude. That is fair. There's also a Black Mage staff called Heartless. I'm changing to Black Mage right now. Luffy. I'm sorry, I'm scrolling up the chat now. Darkseid as a raid boss is such a cool idea. I think they could really be cool because obviously this is such a big story about light and dark. It would marry very well with like a Kingdom Hearts type of story. The interesting thing about that is the Dark Knight questline already has you fight your Darkseid. So it would be kind of like another riff on that, where you could fight your shadow. Because that's another thing that I really love that Kingdom Hearts 1 obviously showcases, is like the Darkseid boss comes from Sora's shadow. That's one of the coolest boss introductions ever, right at the start of the game. For such a, like, he's like the tutorial boss. But I love the concept of it so much that like Sora's walking to the light and it's like, be careful. The closer you walk to the light, the greater your shadow becomes, and then his shadow turns into Darkseid. It's such a cool visual. You want to know a fun Kingdom Hearts fact, chat, for those that care about Kingdom Hearts? A really fun fact for Kingdom Hearts is in the intro section, there's no voice, but there is text on the screen that like says words. It talks to you, you know, and it says, you know, you are the one who will open the door, and is talking to Sora about things. Now that unspoken voice is actually Mickey Mouse. And you won't pick that up from the English game or the English translation, but you will get that in the Japanese script, that it's actually kind of written like it's spoken by Mickey Mouse. So I'm sorry if that ruins anything for everyone playing Kingdom Hearts in the beginning anymore. Mickey Mouse is that silent voice. And also, Mobius, holy shit, dude. I love you so much. Thank you, you crazy person. Thanks for joining for the first raid. Hopefully you can be back for the third. And thank you for sending 50 gift memberships to the channel. That's fucking ridiculous. Thank you so much. And everybody who's gotten a nice little membership by Mobius there, you get to enjoy my YouTube membership streams for the Apocalypse Game Day. You'll be able to experience Cruelty Squad this weekend, which is probably going to be your worst introduction to the Apocalypse Game Day streams if you haven't watched one before, because I think that game's going to be crazy. It's going to be an epileptic seizure fit of a video game for the very first game day that you might experience. But that's what we're playing this week. But for any members, you are able to currently watch the membership exclusive streams of Fear and Nightmare Creatures. Those are the two that are available at the moment before they go public, as well as Cruelty Squad. But amazing, Mobius. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you so much. That's another 50 members that get to enjoy watching the game day streams. And you can also use cool Apocalypse emotes now. Yeah, the random winners, it's so funny that it's random. I wish you could choose specific people if you were gifting like one membership, because there's certain people that I would love to gift it to, you know. But now you can do this. Now you can do Apocalypse emotes. What's a little bit annoying is not being able to gift to specific people, but let me add to this because I can give out 10 for free each month. So let me top up on that 50 and make it 60. Let's make it 60. And gift out some more. Thanks for the reminder, because I was going to do that last stream, but it wasn't working for me. Roy, sending 20. Dude, thank you so much. This is the gifting membership section of this stream, dude. Thank you. Thank you. You don't have to do that, by the way, but I really do appreciate bringing more people into the Apocalypse Enjoyer for those game day streams. I appreciate that. I'm looking at the names that pop up whenever they get gifted ones, because it's really interesting to see how many names I've never seen before in terms of, like, I guess, silent viewers that don't tend to leave comments. So it's so funny. I'm, like, always trying to be like, let's see if I'm actually recognizing any YouTube commenters. Fuck yeah. Thank you, guys. All right. Good gift memberships to celebrate returning to Ivalice. We might have to go unsynced for raid number 2 because we have 13 people now. So I think we might do that, and we'll just have to try and hold back on deleting the bosses, okay? That might be what we have to do. Yes, it is Abdullah. That's correct. It's not just for live viewers. It's all subs that have allowed membership gifting. So it's a very wide pool of people to choose from. If they could just add gifting to specific people as well, that would be really nice, I think. But it is what it is. You reckon we could still do it? All right. I'll reopen the party finder as well. I just need to unlock the actual thing first. And sorry, we've just been yapping. This is the yapping session. and look, we'll see how we go. We'll see how we go. Shortly after arriving here, I was presented with a study which suggested that consuming large quantities of honey improved brain function. The results were so compelling that I almost felt moved to try, until, that is, I saw the work had been commissioned by one of Eorzea's foremost confectioners. It made me long to return to Charlet and... Forgive me, was there aught else you wish to ask? Oh, that's so funny. Hey, honey improves brain function. It's me, Mr. Honey. Believe my research, please. Tell me of the auracite. In simple terms, I know, from what I've been able to discern, auracite displays the uncanny ability to draw upon the will of its possessor and manipulate the formless ether into a corporeal manifestation. The resultant form can be maintained for as long as there is ether to sustain it. Principal Genomie has recently uncovered evidence which appears to corroborate my suspicion that auracite is not a naturally occurring substance, but one created to serve a purpose, albeit a purpose I have yet to identify. Tell me of the Otius. Despite being in the principal's possession for an extended period, the Otius exhibits none of the ethereal imprinting present in the Duma. In other words, the auracite has yet to absorb any of Lord Genomie's ether. It is, for want of a better description, empty. But that as it may, we still have no idea how it might be filled, its creators having neglected to include a removable stopper. The interesting point, though, was with Alma. Alma says she's heard it speak to her, so they're doing that angle with the original game as well, that the auracite spoke to her, so we might witness this other Alma be a particularly special character. Yeah, Mai got very lucky. Mai got another gifted membership. Welcome back, Mai. You're not allowed to leave. Is there an occasional audio distortion on the stream, or did your audio drivers do something funny? Anyone else want to speak on that in regards to the audio? How's everything sound, chat? I do have a fan blowing down here, and it's a better fan than the one that I've been using previously. It actually blows air in my direction, so maybe it might be a little bit with some air blowing between me and the microphone. Otherwise, it gets really hot in this room, otherwise. Tell me of the Duma. As you saw in the ruins of Lassalia, the Duma makes manifest the desires of its owner, on that occasion Argath Lucavi. When you defeated the would-be king, his ether was released from the auracite and the attunement broken, rendering the crystal empty once more. Alright, Herdy. My brother can be rather simple-minded when it comes to such matters, thinking to impress the Warrior of Light and his companions. Montblanc would likely choose the scene. Would likely choose the scene of your recent exploits to prove his worth, meaning Rabanastre, if I'm not mistaken. Pardon my language, but that Ramza really is an incurable little prick, is he not? How dare he speak to his sister in the Moogle in that manner? I couldn't decide which was worse, the things he said or the way the principal sat back and let him say them. Right? I say, Father, discipline your son. But I suppose that is none of our concern. For now, let us concentrate on the task at hand, finding that Moogle before he does something we all regret. What say we start nearby? Pier 2, perhaps? I love that she said that in front of his face, too. Hell yeah. I apologize. I must learn to control my anger, but sometimes it can be difficult. My prediction is because Ramza's being a bit of a dick compared to the Ramza that we know, I wonder if he might have a Lucavi moment in this version, this Ramza, and Alma still being tied to Ultimo, maybe. I'm actually surprised Genomie's name, they didn't just like reveal his true name and get rid of the stage name. Eraslam. Moogles are prominent players in Ivalician legend, but none of the tales mention their capacity for flight. Something lost in translation, perhaps. No, it's because the Moogles in Ivalice don't fly. Also, what? Look at these theater kids. This is classic theater kid energy. Also revealing. Records found initiating query protocol. Genome. Oh, this is cool. We've got a storage node that gives you tactics information. Who exactly was the original Ramza? As I mentioned, Ramza does not appear in the legend of Delita's miraculous rise to power. For his part in the tale, we must look to the Durai papers. My ancestors' account states that Ramza was the youngest son of one Argath Lucavi, the lord of a noble house of high standing. He was the same age as Delita, whom Lord Beowulf took in following the death of his parents. The two boys would have grown up together, side by side, yet while the legends are strewn with references to Argath's elder sons, his youngest is conspicuously absent. According to the Durai papers, this is because the Church of Glabados branded Ramza a heretic and had his name erased from the annals of history. My research is yet to reveal why the Church would do such a thing, and why his own blood would seemingly condone the act. For what it is worth, however, the author of the Durai papers was firmly convinced that Ramza was the true hero of the legend of Ivalice, a true Zodiac Brave. This is cool. So this is like recordings that he's left in his little storage node of information. What was the relationship between Ramza and Delita? Delita was born into a family of serfs, the Hyrule, who tilled land owned by House Beowulf. When Delita's parents succumbed to the Black Death, Ramza's father took the boy and his younger sister Titra into his home and raised them as he would his own children. It is at that time that I believe Delita and Ramza became friends, growing up as equals unbound by societal constraints of blood and birth. According to legend, Lord Argath was quick to recognize that young Delita's talents extended beyond working the land, and so he used his influence to secure the orphan a place at the Garaland Royal Military Academy. If the Durai papers are correct about Ramza's age, it would not be unreasonable to assume he attended the same institution. The pair would not walk the same path for long, however, following the untimely death of Titra, the culmination of a tragic sequence of events set in motion by none other than Ramza himself. Delita cut ties with the house to which he had been bound since birth, and pursued his ambitions alone. Again, I'm just going to say I'm very glad we played the game first, because I'd be wanting to read this, and then I'd just be literally getting the story told to me instead of experiencing it. It's such a good recap for those that maybe haven't or not playing Tactics, and then they can get the context at the very least. But the game is worth playing. I can say that much. Who are the Zodiac Braves? Though they are virtually synonymous with Ivalice, little is actually known of the Braves and their origins. Legend has it that Delita, acting at the behest of the Church of Glabados, set out with a company of knights to recover the 12 lost Zodiac stones. This they duly did, earning themselves the moniker of Zodiac Braves. As you might expect, however, the Durai papers tell a different story. Oren claims it was not Delita who led the knights, but Ramza Beowulf. How this discrepancy arose is yet a mystery, but one I fully intend to solve. What is auracite? Legend paints them as holy relics created by the gods of Ivalice themselves. Instinct and better judgment suggests they are similar to the ether-based crystals of the present day, but exactly how similar is something I will require more time to establish. One thing both legend and the Durai papers agree upon is the auracite had the power to make manifest one's deepest desires, be they fair or foul. This is born out of the fact that the stones are credited both with destroying Molond, the city of the gods, and granting Delita the power to bring order to chaos in his kingdom. Auracite, I conclude, is precisely as good or evil as its wielder. I want to know if this game will give us any concrete answers on what happened after Delita was stabbed. Did he survive getting stabbed? Who or what are the Lucavi? Ivalician legend portrays them simply as demons, but I have a theory as to their true nature based on my own observations, and of course those of my honoured forebear. The Durai papers tell us that when an auracite is used with malign intent, it warps both body and mind, transforming the wielder at last into something no longer of this world. These beings, these others, are, I believe, one and the same as the twisted creatures you faced in Rabanastre. Defeating said monstrosities served to restore the auracite to its original crystalline state, that of the Duma, which, again, is consistent with events described in my ancestors' records. Who was Argath Fidalphus? According to legend, Argath, or Algus Fidalphus, depending on which version of the tale your nursemaid told you, was once heir to a high house which had fallen into disrepute through the ignoble conduct of its then lord, Argath's grandsire. Cursing his family's diminished circumstances, the youth turned his ire upon the only souls over whom he still retained any influence, the small folk. But Delita, hero of the common man, would not suffer this, and after trying and failing to reason with Argath, put him to the sword. The Durai papers, however, tell us more. They make mention of an heirloom passed down from generation to generation in House Thedalphus, a priceless jewel known as the Duma. Upon Argath's death at the hand of Delita, the power of the Duma, which the young Fidalphus carried upon his person, was unlocked, and the Lucavi bound to it released. The stone duly gave form to Argath's fury, reanimating his body and granting him the strength to exact revenge upon the one who ended his life. Yet who should spare Delita that fate but Ramza, who battled the vengeful corpse unbeknownst to his childhood friend, and finally brought peace to Argath's soul, though we know better. Now you may ask why Ramza would lend his blade to the selfsame man who forsook his ties to House Beowulf. The reason lies in poor Ramza's own involvement in the murder of Delita's sister. It was Argath who fired the bolt that struck Tetra down, aye, but it was Ramza's earlier rescue of Argath that paved the way for the tragedy to follow. Though Argath was dead and Tetra avenged, Delita's bitterness endured and festered. It was not too long before he began to blame Ramza. Ramza, for his part, understood all too well the turmoil in his grieving friend's heart, and therefore chose, out of respect, to maintain his distance. So the question before us remains how and why a man twice consigned to the grave could rise again to wreak chaos, and in Rabanastre of all places. Did unscattered remnants of Argath's undying rage trigger a second reaction in the Duma, calling the Lucavi once more to our realm? Or was it something else? Something more sinister? So does that confirm that Argath, his little heirloom that he had, was actually a secret extra Zodiac stone, similar to the Serpentinus stone from the from Midlight's Deep? Because there were other stones. There was just 12 of note. So did he actually have one? But he didn't even know. And then this game is like diving further into it. That it activated and turned him into a Lucavi. Serpentarius, yeah, that's the one. The Wandering Dramaturge. Whoa, okay. Do you know the Wandering Minstrel? The minstrel, with the disheveled hair, as strange a fish as any I've seen, and I have seen plenty on my travels. Most bards simply retell the tales of high adventure, adding a twang of the lute here and a toot of the fife there for flavor, but the Wandering Minstrel is different. He seems more inclined to challenge his audience than entertain them. One might say he is a god creating worlds for his children to play in. Or not. A god would never be caught wearing those spectacles. Still, there is much a playwright like myself might learn from such a fellow. It's so interesting to have the Wandering Minstrel spoken about by someone that it's obviously the Yoshi P stand-in character. He's a god creating worlds for his children to play in. Maybe we'll read the rest of that dramaturge thing later. A lot of reading. I'm already reading enough dialogue. We're back to needing to do a lot of voice acting. All right, get me out of here. The Wandering Dramaturge is a self-insert for Yasumi Matsuno, not Yoshi P. That's so cool. What I meant was Yoshi P is the minstrel, is what I meant by that. So it was describing the minstrel as the god that does worlds. So that's funny because Matsuno is the original director of Tactics, right? So it's Matsuno talking about Yoshi P, but in an in-game sense.
And here he is, of course, in Kugane. Something heroic this way comes. How fare you, Omega? As ever, I am seeking inspiration to draw upon for my work. If you have any new experiences to share, I should very much like to hear them. Oh man, I can talk about everything that I've done here. Because this unlocks different versions of the stuff, right? Alexander, you say, a clockwork citadel that did rise from the Thaliac to loom boldly over verdant Dravania? Intriguing. Most intriguing indeed. Forgive me, friend. I just felt a flicker of recollection. A sense that I had come across a similar sight in my own travels of far-flung worlds. A mighty colossus of metal, housed in the innermost chambers of a tower that shone with blinding light. But this is your story. Do tell it. A most stirring tale indeed. I thank you for gracing mine ears with it. The Thaliac indeed. Why, to the people of Kugane, these lands you speak of are so remote as to seem quite veritably the edge of the world, the boundary of time and space. That said, curiously enough, there is much in your tale that they might find familiar. Why, did you know that there is a tribe of the Zala, or perhaps more accurately I should say there was, whose legends told of a god in the form of a great steel giant? Indeed. If I were to gather the most compelling points of your tale and weave them together with this legend to flesh out a story set closer to home, I dare say my Eastern audience would find it most compelling. Now, how would it go? Untold dreams of men long past breathe life into a god of steel. Untold futures it did forecast, in each the world's fate sealed. Yet in the darkness a glimmer of hope, a hero to answer the call. Yon time and space the steel god waits for the one who shall bring its downfall. Yes, I'm a bard in my spare time. Why, yes, that should serve me most nicely. Much as the Alexander you did battle with spread wide the wings of time. He threw wide the gates. I too have taken flight on the wings of imagination, to spin a tale based upon your exploits in the far reaches of the West, with inspiration taken from the time-honored legends of our friends in the East. It is a tale that begins with two Ori lovers, a tale that will whisk the listener beyond the boundaries of time itself to where the clockwork deity awaits its final confrontation with the mortal soul in whom it would entrust the future of the world. It is a tale at once tragic and triumphant, one that transcends ages and yet is over in an instant. It is a tale you will find at once fresh and comfortingly familiar, with the final judgment rendered by the god in the machine. Usher in joy or despair, do stay around for the rousing conclusion, friend. The Epic of Alexander Ultimate now available. So yeah, it's the ultimate stuff, isn't it? Where is that? Where is that? Is it a trial? Does it turn it into a trial? What is that? Because that's the Alexander is the raid series. Where do you unlock that? Oh, hang on. There's a high-end tab, isn't there? Hold on. High-end duty. Ah, yeah. High-end duty, level 80. The clockwork fortress that manifested itself in verdant Dravania did bear an uncanny resemblance to the great steel giant sung of in the legends in the Hotgo, an Ori tribe hailing from far across the sea. I forget that high-end duty is a thing that exists. That's cool. Ultimate raids. So is ultimate, that's a step above the savage stuff even, yeah? With assumedly different mechanics. That's exciting. We'll have to give that a look at some point as well. Do some ultimate things. Here, number 2. Gotta be super sweaty for that. That's my secret car. That's my secret Shizuku. I'm always sweaty.
Hardest content in the game. Gotta do it. You can only do them at level, and they're long, so you have to learn like 10 times the mechanics. Honestly, though, I think that stuff is good because, like, where am I going? The wrong way. I would say that Final Fantasy XIV is not, like, super difficult. Like, once you'll wipe at something, sure, but then once you, like, learn it and look out for the pointers, it's like everything is, for the most part, pretty easily communicated. If not for a giant colored thing that's about to smack you, the enemy gives you the clue as well. So, kind of welcome the additional group challenge. The Falcon Porter tells us that he set a traveling blacksmith away to Yanxia, not a bell passed. God, how do we pronounce this again? It's been so long. I forgot how to pronounce this. It always happens with these locations from previous expansions. We come back here and I'm like, God, how do we say this again? Yangshi? Because then I just pronounce it as I read it. I just go, Yanxia. You can't unlock that because you haven't done E4S. Yeah, Yanxia, I think, right? Yanxia. And why would that be of interest to us, you ask? Because said peddler of iron and steel was seen to be carrying a bag stuffed to the brim with, and I quote, albino mole fur and purple bat wings. Yeah, Yanxia. Alright, there we go. I remembered, eventually. Montblanc! Not that we look like that, Kupo. The quickest route into Dalmasca is via the One River and its western tributaries. If Montblanc is bound for Rabanastre, he will seek passage from the Glittering Basin. Guys, if he's going to Rabanastre, let's just meet him there. Let's just meet him there. Bloody hell. We're going on a journey for this guy. Look, depending on how long this goes, because we're approaching, like, 4 hours even, and we haven't even started the second raid. We could always, like, pick it up in the next stream and finish it. We don't have to do it all in the one go. We'll see how we go for time. As long as I've got enough people to make this trip, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Two more hours. Yeah. Maybe what will end up happening is we'll at least do the second raid, and then we can pick it up and do the rest in the next stream. Ideally we do it in one, but I think that'll just make the stream really, really long, and people will also go to sleep at that point. Because it's an interesting thing trying to obviously collect everyone in the same thing, because at the same time you've got like people that are like, oh, I'm just finishing work, you know, so then they're not able to get here until like the time that I'm just starting. So then if I start even earlier, then those people aren't able to join at that time. It's tough trying to coordinate the best time to start. No matter what, this is always the worst time to start for me, but only in the fact that I have to wake up and then play. Let me wake up. It's getting attacked by red chocobos. Like, my ideal time that I would play would be in like my afternoon or evening, but that would be when a lot of other people are asleep. So, you know, I try my best to get a good spot. He's doing Choco Meteor. Oh. Alright, maybe not a good idea to try and meet Montblanc at Rabanastre. He was going to get killed by Meteor Chocobos. Montblanc, what were you thinking? Have you any idea what you put your brother through? He's been worried sick. Both Hurdy and Ramza were right all along. I am a failure, a flop, a flailing, flapping, foppish failure, Kupo. How could I play the part of a hero if I cannot even ruffle the feathers of a single measly bird? The audience would see right through me like the spineless jellyfish I am. Now wait, Montblanc, not everyone can be a hero. Not even most heroes. Yes, the bards sing of the man who deals the final blow, but what of his cadre of loyal companions? Do you think Delita united Ivalice on his own? Do you think Omega here was alone when he liberated Alamigo? My friends are my power. Not all wars are won on the front lines. This little fight was a nightmare on release because a pair of them spawned for each player that went into the circle. Ah, that's funny. They should have kept that in. But of course they are not. Every campaign needs its brilliant architect. The mastermind who moves the pieces across the board. I, Montblanc, can be that mastermind. That was quick. Let us not dwell on the details. The day is saved, and Montblanc has escaped sans scratch or singe to show for it. We should return to the Prima Vista before our luck runs out. Back to the airship. Or is it still like that? Like if I had multiple people with me, it would still spawn a bunch of birds. It's just because, obviously, on release, it would have been crazy because everyone's doing the same thing, right? It's still there. Yeah, it's still there. That is so funny. Just literally things where it's like, you had to be there. Oh my god. There's a... Alright. Crochan, Chrono posted the duck in the server. See, that if we have a Kingdom Hearts crossover, just that duck, but wearing Donald's clothes. Just exactly that. It'd be perfect. Coolest moment of the whole series. God damn. For those that aren't aware, I've been circling back into my Kingdom Hearts shit. Me and DG have been having a good conversation about it, back and forth in the Discord about it. It's just so interesting, my Kingdom Hearts stuff, because there's nothing about Kingdom Hearts on the channel at all. There's the lost media. There's the lost Apocalypse media of the Kingdom Hearts stream that we did on Twitch. Even then, we didn't even finish the game. Oh! Oh! Please, this ship is a place of peace. They're letting anyone into this ship these days. Release my sister, or you will answer to me. Cat's away. Put that damnable thing down, Ramza. You're not helping matters.
We've no quarrel with you or yours. We only seek aid in finding our leader, Bagamnan.
Oh, what? You seek our help? You who threatened to kill my father, who stole his work and made fools of us all? Never. Silence, Ramza. They have Alma. We will hear what they have to say.
As I said, we have no quarrel with you. We only did what was necessary to secure an audience. We surrender our weapons and offer your journal as an act of good faith.
Ooh, this is an interesting twist. Yeah, he says, put the gun down, mate. Alright.
This is all rather a lot to digest, but your claims do coincide with what we learned about the auracite.
Oh, I just noticed the, under his hair. You know, he's got the little, Garlemald little third eye. Just glimpsed it.
You're saying that crystal did something to our captain?
Yeah, Etch-a-Sketch. I've been watching his Kingdom Hearts 1 playthrough at the moment. I've been catching up to it because I saw some like little clips and I was like, yes, that is the content that I need. And I sent it to DG in the server. I'm like, it's finally happening. Riku is playing as Riku and I can't wait for him to fight Riku. I'm me, he says. I can't wait to see that. I'll be very keen to watch him play through Chain of Memories in Riku mode. That's like such an iconic moment to finally happen within the fandom of Riku's voice actor playing. Now we just need Haley Joel Osment to actually play Kingdom Hearts as well. With his very deep voice. And he can voice all of Sora's baby lines in Kingdom Hearts 1 with the puberty. After being emptied of Argath's will, the Duma sought that of another to sate its appetite for ether.
Hey? You're saying that crystal ate our captain?
Not his body, no, only his soul.
His soul?
Tell me, what in your opinion was your leader's deepest desire? What was it he longed for above all else in the world?
Bloody power, money, usual stuff.
Why waste your breath reasoning with these lizards? They showed themselves for the beasts they are when they put a knife to your throat. Ramza, stop throwing out the slurs, please. First mole bats, now lizards. This one's tongue is pure poison. Yes. Dude. I know it's intentional of the way that Ramza has been written this way, but he does not live up to his namesake.
The boy can call us what he pleases. For our past failings, we deserve no better.
Your failings?
30 summers have come and gone, yet not a night goes by that I do not wake in sweat at the memory. We were Fusiliers.
Don't know how to say that, chat, sorry.
We were Fusiliers in the Dalmascan army, stationed in the royal stronghold at Nalbana.
Nalbana mentioned. The Nalbana fortress. Yes. I haven't played Final Fantasy XII since PS2, but it's so deeply ingrained in my brain, dude. Nalbana fortress was reputed to be impenetrable. Its fall to the 4th Legion proved a turning point in the Imperial campaign, dealing a crushing blow to Dalmascan morale and ultimately marking the beginning of the kingdom's end. It's doing Final Fantasy XII artwork, you're kidding me. This is so cool. This is such a good way to do little flashbacks with actual drawn pieces.
Yes, Agamemnon was our captain, and once it was clear the day would not be ours, Prince Rassler, commander of the garrison at Nalbana, tasked him with one final mission.
This was husband to Princess Ash.
Our unit was to escort His Highness's twin sister.
No, wait. Twin sister. Wasn't there a marriage? Maybe I remembered that wrong. I thought the opening cutscene had them getting married and then he left for war. His Highness's twin sister. Never mind. Never mind, chat.
He married his bloody sister.
Maybe they were siblings and were married. Wasn't there a marriage? There was a marriage scene. I can't be imagining this. There was a marriage scene between them. Would I ever do a playthrough on the channel of 12? Absolutely. Because I'd be playing the Zodiac Age remaster for the first time. I only ever played the PS2 version of the game, which was peak. But yeah, that remaster would be so good. I do plan to replay every Final Fantasy game that I've played that's not on the channel, and I plan to play through every Final Fantasy game that I have not played on the channel as well. We'll get there. It will be done. That's a promise.
Our unit was to escort His Highness's twin sister, the Princess Ashelia, away from the forest.
The forest?
The fortress, and thence to safety, but things did not go as planned.
Oh my god, there she is. That's so cool. Hang on a minute. I need to refresh my memory for a second. Because I swear she was getting married to someone. Did I make it up? Hold on a minute. Oh my god, yes, no, it was, yeah, I remembered. So, King Rabanastre and the king of the neighboring kingdom of Nebradia arranged a political marriage between their children. Both Ash and Lord Rassler understood that the marriage was to cement an alliance between Dalmasca and Nebradia against the conquering Arcadian Empire. Ash was nervous to see Rassler again, as the two had not met since early childhood. I remembered correctly. Bang. They did get married. It was a politically charged marriage. I don't think this is Nomura art or Amano. This feels like the art director for Ivalice in general, like for tactics, which I actually don't know the name. The Final Fantasy Tactics artist is Yoshida. Akihiko Yoshida. So I would assume Yoshida did Final Fantasy XIV Tactics related. Oh, that's literally Yoshi P. That's literally Yoshi P. That's Yoshi P. Hey, that's the guy. That's that Yoshi P guy. They got the same last name. So Akihiko Yoshida and Naoki Yoshida. Not to be confused. That's like whenever someone with the last name Kojima pops up and everyone's like, Kojima? Yeah, sorry. If you literally search Yoshida Final Fantasy XIV, it's going to pop up with the wrong Yoshida. But yeah, I assumed that was the guy who did the artwork. Sorry, I meant to say, oh, that's Yoshi P, because that's what my Google results surprised me with by searching the wrong thing.
I still remember the words she uttered as she lay dying in the captain's arms, but a stone's throw from where the Garamsith waterway drains into the sea. Even as the fog of death descended upon her, she smiled and told us, the very people who had failed her, to survive, for as long as even a single Dalmascan stood, our nation would never truly perish. But it should not have been between us. It should not have been us that survived. By failing to protect our charge, we betrayed the princess and her memory, and brought shame upon our race. So yes, We are naught but cold-blooded lizards deserving whatever scorn you deign to heap on us.
I think we may safely assume a deep-seated hatred towards the invaders of his homeland, coupled with self-loathing born from a sense of powerlessness. That darkness that lurks in the heart of Bagamnan is little different from that which drove Argath, the self-same emotions that were to nourish the Duma.
Stop speaking in riddles, Charlatan.
She's saying your brave captain will eventually turn into a monster, or rather more of one.
Garlean lies.
What they say is true. If we do not find Bagamnan and the Duma soon, none of us are safe, present company included. Do you have any idea where he might have gone? Any at all?
Nope.
Wait, look at this. Something's been added to the final page of my journal. What's he put in there?
Then the captain must have put it there. Only he had access to it until we found it in the pack he left behind, that is.
Is this Dalmascan? Dalmasca? God, I remember the narrator's accent from Final Fantasy XII at all, so good as well, so good. Indeed it is. It says Ridorana.
The lighthouse. Why would he write that?
And in the old man's journal, no less. There is a place on the Valnard Sea, far to the south of Rabanastre, where the ocean tumbles into a gaping maw more than a mile across, the Ridorana Cataract. Legend would have us believe that it is the entrance to the Hell of Water. Many a scholar seeking to prove otherwise has descended into the chasm, some even by airship, but not a one has returned. Goofy can be that horrible yokai. They're just in a part. Shono. Do I know of Ridorana? Of course I know of Ridorana. Now, have I been there? No. Cannot say that I have, Cooper. Ridorana, if it were up to me, we'd never go near that place. You see, we desert Moogles are not, how would you say, in our element around water. Alright, we cannot swim. Sink like sledgehammers we do, Cooper. Tell me, is Ridorana truly as magnificent as they say? You have never been there. And there I was thinking you might have something to contribute. Hey! I don't see you fighting in Rabanastre ruins, you were just watching. Punk. The Banga who took us hostage were once royal fusiliers. Whatever could have driven them to this life of villainy? All that I know about Ridorana I learned during my lessons on Dalmascan geography. No mention was made of Ivalician legend, while Principal Genomese seems convinced of a connection. I believe I shall reserve judgment till more is known. Tell me of the Ridorana lighthouse. There is a place on the Valnard Sea, far to the south of Rabanastre, where the ocean tumbles. Okay, it's the same thing, same thing. Same thing, same thing. I must admit to knowing little of Ridorana save that which Lady Makoto shared with us. Before we expend valuable time and resources traveling to so remote a place, I must review my notes and see if there is any mention of the Abyss. We shall share our findings as soon as we learn aught of interest. Alright, Desire. Genomese and his son are ready to present their findings on Ridorana. The world map! Orchestran roll. Hopefully this is unlocking the next raid. Our studies reveal that Ridorana is the name of both a massive gap in the southern Valnard Sea and the lighthouse that was once manned by the Royal Dalmascan Navy to prevent ships from succumbing to the Cataract's currents. I stress, once manned, as the tower has lain empty since its candlekeepers abandoned their post after the fall of Rabanastre. But if Faros Sirius offers any indication of what can befall a lighthouse in the absence of his caretakers... Yes, but the real question is how all of this ties in with the Ivalician legend. A cursory examination of the Zodiac Brave story reveals no mention of a Ridorana. Yet it seemed foolish to assume that a name could not change in the centuries since the tale was writ. Is this Final Fantasy XII music? Is this music from Final Fantasy XII? Because I don't remember hearing this in Tactics, and it feels familiar. Anyone know what track is playing right now? So I thought to cross-reference texts on modern Ilsabardian history with our translations of the Durai papers. It's not from FF12, but that was a motif from Tactics. Interesting. It's the same composer, so obviously it gets a little muddy in that sense when you're like... Because we're also listening to, like, reorchestrated versions. So it'll sound different too. And after an exhaustive re-examination of my ancestors' notes, I discovered that there was not a single entry on Ridorana. And while mention of the Valnard Sea was abundant, I found no reference to whatsoever to any cataract or lighthouse within its waters. Scribblers, you're getting banned. Rams's discovery prompted me to examine the mystery from a different perspective. What if there were no mystery at all? What if, at the time of Delita's rise, the chasm did not yet exist? There is more, but only a visit to the lighthouse will enable us to confirm our theories with any certainty. The lighthouse. It is as Ramses said, only by visiting the lighthouse we'll be able to confirm our theories. All that I know about Ridorana, blah 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 blah. We are bound for the lighthouse then, of course we are, but do not try and tell me this has anything to do with helping the Banga.
If anything were to happen to the captain, I'm not afraid to speak what my brothers are thinking. The captain was a fool to believe that the Duma could bring back our fallen. Now his faith in legends and fairy tales will be his end. We do not ask that you forgive the past actions of our leader, only that you show him the same kindness that you would to anyone in need.
Our first adventure, how exhilarating. Who invited me, you ask? Why, the tall one over yonder with the face, Kupo? Do not be fooled by my brother's false bravado. We are from a tribe of desert Mughals, many of us never having seen more than an oasis pond, let alone an endless ocean. The mere sight of water should be enough to frighten him back to the airship. The Ridorana Lighthouse lies far from civilization. It would be wise to provision for the trip here in Hingashi. An adventurer always comes prepared. Of course. Away! It's so cool that it's using the Final Fantasy Tactics storyline but it's using Final Fantasy 12 locations. That's a really cool blend. Because I think in terms of like the timeline, Final Fantasy 12 takes place long before Tactics, because that's obviously still when airships are out and about and stuff like that. But then they're putting like the royal city underneath Rabanastre as well. So it gets a little bit muddy then, I guess, when you're trying to think about stuff like that. But I guess Final Fantasy XIV, maybe it's just blending things together in a weird way. The really easy way that they can just excuse that kind of stuff is, obviously, Final Fantasy XIV is set up as reflections. You know, the worlds have been shattered. This could be like just a weird reflection of Tactics that has some differences. Like blending locations of 12 with Tactics in a way that, you know, sweeps under the rug the royal city of Lassalia being underneath Rabanastre, even though technically you'd think it would be like the other way around almost because of the timeline. Yeah. Something is very wrong here. Mayhap it is best if we split our fellowship into 2 parties. Or maybe 3. One to delve into the tower's depths and one to observe from afar. As acting expedition sub-leader, I appoint you captain of the first. You may use this spyglass to aid in your search for the missing lizard. Bloody shit, mate. I assign myself captain of Group 2, sitting here and doing nothing. Cool. Anytime you wish to share some redeeming qualities, Ramza, now is the time.
Damn it, brother. Where are you?
Think of it as its own version of Ivalice, yeah. The way that my brain is gonna like make sense of it is, let's just say it's this world's reflection of Ivalice in one of the many worlds. Oh, this has got to be Final Fantasy XII music, right? This is Final Fantasy XII music. This is Final Fantasy XII music. There is a particular, like, yeah. There's a particular style with 12 that I was like, okay, I know this one. That's cool. It's not all just Tactics music. They do 12 music with some of it. Yay! That's cool.
Captain, give us a sign!
Shivering, me, my fur is simply standing on end from all the ambient ether. Yes, ambient ether in the area. Can't you feel it, Cooper? Oh! My goat. It's okay that he's scared. Wrap him in a blanket. That's really cool. I wouldn't have been able to pick that out when it pops up because I haven't played Vagrant Story yet. That's a nice little nod. Just a little wink. Vagrant Story in Ivalice. That's fun. Vagrant Story is on the to-do list. That's going to be a good one to play. Definitely one of the more obscure things in Squaresoft/Square Enix's library. Even then, I think they did a couple of figures for Vagrant Story recently. In their little, like, Bring Arts line, they did some characters from Vagrant Story, which is cool. So the figure making companies, they haven't forgotten about that game. I'd love a remaster of that, but if not, I'll just play the original. This location appears to offer an adequate view. Climb up and scan the area for any sign of a Gamnon. Oh god. We're doing this, are we? The manga captain is somewhere on the island. Find him before it is too late. That's where we started. There you are. He's literally just here. He's just down the road. I'll tell you one thing that I would love from this raid series, which would be really funny, but I reckon it would be so hard to like pull it off, is I want there to be one raid fight, at least just one, where it's tactical. I want the camera to pull to a set position, and I want it to be turn-based, where each character in your party takes a turn, and then the enemy takes turns as well, walking on squares. It would be so funny if they like copied the tactical combat just for one fight, and somehow get that to work, you know? Make it so each person had a turn and then could control their own character. Like one multiplayer tactics fight. That would be so cool. I don't know if you would be able to like make that work. I think it would be amazing.
You found him. Let me see.
It would be a nightmare with how many people if they don't give everyone timers. Like, because that's the thing. Everyone has to be like present and doing stuff. But just imagine how cool that would be to somehow translate into this game.
He needs our help.
Parasite Eve is also on the to-do list. I need to play that as well. Vagrant Story, Parasite Eve. Some good Squaresoft games to play, for sure.
Prince Rassler, Princess Ashelia, I know you cannot forgive me. Nor should you. It is all my fault. I could not save you. Could not save anyone. Anyone but myself. I'm so sorry. Agamemnon, wait!
Final Fantasy XII Judge. Final Fantasy XII Judge.
Traitors! Have you no pride? You treat with the very men who laid waste to our homeland. You're mistaken, brother. There are no Imperials here. We've come to help.
Dude, is that Gabranth? That's Gabranth, right? That is so sick. And it's the Warrior of Light who's being hallucinated as Gabranth.
I know what I see. My own kin sided with the enemy. How dare you stay my audience with the princess?
The Duma. It's happening. It has him, Kupo. It's showing him what he wants to see. Oh!
Witch! Murderess!
No. Quick, get in the way. Block it. Tank it. Don't let her get shot. No. Come on, block the shot, mate. Don't. He's standing there doing this pose instead of blocking the shot. Gunfire. Thank you, man. There you go. Oh, I shot the floor. Yes. I did something.
Agamemnon! So this is the end.
It's... recite the words
Satisfy the covenant. Relinquish thy soul unto me, and be granted that which thou desirest most in all the world. Sword in hand, a warrior clutches stone to breast. Look at me, brother, look at me! In sword etched he his fading memories. Don't you die, not yet! In stone his tempered skill. We promised we'd all go together when our time came. You can't leave us here. By sword attested, by stone revealed.
That light. Where have I seen it before? Oh no. Hey. Are they saving the full transformation reveal for later? Whatever you are doing, you need to leave the lighthouse right away. Right away, do you hear? Yeah, Resident Evil 2. He's teleported. Main theme, world map theme, I mean.
The captain's dead. I saw the light leave his eyes, and now we're alone. I will not believe that there is nothing left of Begamnon in that creature. We can still save him. We can.
According to Father, the Durai papers speak of the auracite as a holy stone, but I see nothing holy in what it did to Argath and Begamnon. A most interesting twist. I'd assumed the auracite would act more swiftly upon the weak-willed, but mayhap I was mistaken. Could it be that the opposite is true? That those possessed of a strong will are more susceptible to its influence, not less? There are so many questions. I think my brother has had more than enough fun for one day, Kupo. Perhaps it's time for a sleep spell. All right, make it sleep 3.
Don't you tell me he's gone. He's not. He's stronger than that. He's the strongest banker you'll ever meet. He'll tear his way out of that Lucavi and crush it under his foot.
I was fully prepared to fend off the abomination when he vanished, Kupo. I dare say he took one look into my eyes and lost the will to fight. Had Begamnon not stolen the Duma, he would still be alive today, and we would not be faced with confronting another Lucavi. The lizard only has himself to blame. There can be no doubt now. In the wrong hands, the auracite is a danger to us all. Something must be done, and quickly. It is as we feared then. Begamnon's soul is lost. Taurus demon. Yes. Annihilation. A chapel. Solid plan of action must be devised before facing the Banga transformed. Much as I wish it were otherwise, I fear Begamnon is beyond saving, yet we cannot suffer what is left of him to become a distraction. Father, is now not the time to abandon this quest? We are meddling with forces beyond... Enough, Alma. We adults are talking. Bloody prick. While Omega was searching for the lizard, I inspected an area of exposed foundation at the base of the lighthouse. And? But you were right, Father. The lighthouse is built squarely atop the ruins of what can only be the clockwork city of Gorg. Yeah, they really have just switched it around, where like Final Fantasy XII came after Ivalice, or Tactics in that sense, where the Tactics stuff is underneath. How interesting. The Clockwork City of Gorg underneath. The what work city of who? According to the Zodiac Brave story, the Clockwork City of Gorg was a metallic metropolis wherein airships, automata, and other technological marvels of the age were first conceived. Little is said about its location, however, save that it was far away. Where's my Mustadio appearance? And then Cloud as a result. Yeah, we're finally getting Cloud in the game through a mysterious Final Fantasy Tactics connection. While the Durai papers do not say a great deal more, they do mention that the land upon which the legendary city was built was severely limited, an inconvenience that forced its inhabitants to build up rather than out. Which led me to ask myself, what if the reason land was limited was because the land in question was an island? But that still would not explain the omission of the cataract. It is inconceivable that the authors would neglect to mention so prominent a landmark had it existed. And then I found it, a lone passage regarding Gorg's fall. While the particulars were missing, it appears the city was abandoned after an explosion left half of it in ruin. I believe that this explosion may have undermined a portion of the seabed. It need only to have been a small area at first, one that could well have gone unnoticed during the Exodus. As time passed, however, the waters would have continued to wear away at the rock, slowly widening the gap until we have what lies beneath us today. It would explain why there is no mention of Ridorana prior to the present era. Come, Father, will you not tell them the rest of the possibility that we Garleans are descended in part from the displaced citizens of Gorg? It would explain how the Empire was able to forge its armies of iron even before the discovery and application of Allagan technology. And it may also explain why the legend of Ivalice has resonated with our people for centuries, despite the fact that the Lost Kingdom was, as far as we can tell, in quite a different corner of the world. An interesting, if somewhat ambitious theory, but to return to your original claim, it is your belief that the Ridorana lighthouse stands atop what is left of...
That necklace. Where did you get it, girl?
This? It was my mother's.
Your mother's?
It was my late wife's most cherished possession. Why do you ask?
Bagamnan had a talisman he would wear beneath his jerkin. He refused to take it off, even when bathing. He said it was special. I only saw it a few times, but it looked exactly like the one your daughter wears.
And? What are you implying, Lizard? That my sister stole it? Or my late mother?
Neither. I spoke of their similarity, that is all.
Can you believe the nerve of this boy? Yes, I can, actually. Montblanc's nod. Enough, Ramza. Our guests are merely concerned for the well-being of their kin. But what of our kin? What of them, Ramza? Do you imagine our kin to be better than theirs in some way? Or anyone else's, for that matter? I apologize, Father. We have but one purpose, son. You're looking at me. Am I? You're my son now. He's disowned Ramza and said, you, warrior of light. We have but one purpose, son. Be a good boy for me now. And that is to prove the existence of Ivalice and clear our family's name. Do not allow anger or hate to lead you from that path. Now, we have a lost city to explore. I was always under the assumption, I'll say it, I was under the assumption that the Final Fantasy XII Ivalice, because it was so much further in the past, I just thought it was in a different location. I thought it was in a different place compared to the Ivalice that we see in tactics with these spots. Like, you know, Rabanastre and Dalmasca and all those other places. Maybe they were away. They were somewhere else. But, yeah, apparently they're all in the same little spot here. First the Salia and now Gorg. What other wonders might slumber beneath our very feet?
The captain's dead.
This necklace, why is it so special? I'm frightened, Omega. My heart cries out to join you on your journey into the depths of Gorg, but my head tells me that I would pay for the privilege with my life. I have received no martial training, Omega. Whatever wonders await you, my place is here on the Prima Vista. Now, is there aught you wish to know? Not yet. Since my fool of a brother insists on going ahead with this farce, you have a responsibility not only to ensure that he returns safely, but that he does so in a fully fledged warrior. Though I'd settle for the return safely part, if push comes to shove, Cooper. While it may seem that I only call upon you when the danger rears its ugly head, I assure you nothing could be further from the truth. You seem unconvinced. Perhaps we should speak of this upon your return from the Clockwork City? Oh, you thought I might be joining you in your journey into the heart of a 1,000-year-old nest of fiends? Sorry to disappoint, Omega, but a detailed account of any swashbuckling upon your safe return will suffice. Or failing that, a body. That would make for quite a story. Now is not the time to get your fur in a frizzle, Montblanc. Breathe, breathe. I am a warrior of legend. I am a warrior of legend, Kupo. Okay, it is time for the Ridorana lighthouse, which means we will most likely be doing... I'll put out another party finder, see if we can get some people to join. South of Rabanastre, in a remote corner of the Valnard Sea, gapes a fathomless maw that for centuries has slowly devoured the world around it, Ridorana. Whether you believe the cataract natural wonder or demon-torn gate to the very underworld, journeys to her edge should be made with their utmost caution, seeing as none who have stumbled into the darkness have ever returned to tell their tale. An ancient spire, once used by the Dalmascans as a lighthouse, rises defiantly above the churning waters to warn forethoughtful and foolhardy alike. It is this spire that the transformed Begamnon has fled. It is into this hell that you must follow. Alright, party finder. Hey look, more people are playing the game now. Look at that. Hey look, the Epic of Alexander is what this person is after. Alright, let us make a recruitment for the Ridorana Lighthouse. And remove role restrictions. Unrestricted party. I mean, we say that, but haha, it's not. It kind of is, but with level sync. And yes, I think I can just say that's just the same, but the Ridorana Lighthouse. So I'll put that out as the Ridorana Lighthouse, and well, hopefully we have some people join the alliances while we just leave this open. Just going to take a quick little bathroom break, and then we can hopefully start having people join. Nice. Start getting some people into the alliances. I'll be right back. Nice. Mobius is back. So we've got 8 in one party, so we can get a level 3 limit break in our group. And then another 4 in each other alliance. Mobius is eating lunch, sadly. Kate has returned. What about Lynx? Because it says that Lynx is actually offline. Is Lynx here? Or do we need to remove? And Kate has to go as well, and that's okay, Kate. I know that this is quite late for you, usually. Thank you so much for joining. We'll see you next time. I'll remove Lynx, and if Lynx comes back, Lynx can obviously rejoin. So we currently have 3 in the other alliances. One of each job, or one of each role, I should say. Yeah, like I'm fine with having some people from Alliance A go into B and C to try and make it an even spread across both. That's totally fine. If we had more people, we'd be able to do 8 in 1. And we shouldn't really need Limit Break 3 for rezzing anyway. Like, if we wipe once, we should be able to get it the second time, which is what we did. Yeah, hopefully there isn't a scripted tank Limit Break 3 moment that I literally stare at the screen and watch happen and then we party wipe. I certainly haven't done that twice in this game before. I haven't stared at a tank LB3 moment in the face and died. There are people playing. There's people gaming, you know, out there. But they're trying to fill their own things at the moment. We'll see if we can get to 16, but hopefully it's doable with what we've got. I wish your sub didn't end 2 days ago. That's fair. Of Alexander in Oceania. It seems they've got a few people. They're putting together a team. Pearl, if you're available and ready to join, if you've got PayPal, you put your username in the chat, and I'll pay for a monthly sub, and then you can join. if you're available. We've got 16. Who just joined? Who was that? Kigurumi has joined. You're on the way? Awesome. Pearl's on the way. Thank you so much for joining. Yeah, feel free to jump into Alliance B. So we can have 5 in each of those. Yeah, Party Finder not spoiling things and just saying locked duty is really nice. I appreciate that. Mobius said, fuck my lunch, I'm playing games. Which means we're going to get back up to 18. And Dawn's coming in too. We're going to have 19. This is huge. Which means if we were playing with this group, plus we still had Kate and... Oh my god, so many names to keep track of. Kate and also Lynx. We would have had 21. So good. Yeah. Genuinely, everybody who's like staying up and joining to make like an alliance raid happen, thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Because I know that it's tough to get time zones all working. Where's this guy? How many alt accounts do you reckon we got in here? So many people with different characters. If you get one more in Alliance A, you can actively blind everyone playing and everyone watching on stream. I think we could. Pearl is joining soon. So is Dawn, so we can get 8 in Alliance A, 6 in another, and 5 in another, I think. So we should be able to get an LB3 happening. If there's a continuation to the story, sure. Sally Forth joins the party. I think we do have a couple of like randoms joining as well, which is cool. So we're actually filling up a little bit. We should be on 20. Am I? Yeah, unrestricted level sync, correct. That's good. Yeah, whatever that is with the continuation to the story, we shall do it. Does that unlock after finishing the Alliance raid? Because then next stream could be part 3 raid of this, and then the Bosja stuff. I think we're just waiting on Pearl and Dawn. So once we hit 20, we'll jump in. It's introduced in Shadowbringers. Cool. We have a Dreamer. Alliance C filling up. Alliance C might fill before Alliance A. Is Dreamer anyone in here? You serious? Dawn with another account. Let's go. That is one I'm already friends with. Just one that I have to remember. Very nice. Yeah, let's get 8 in Alliance A, and then we'll go. I would say if we get even numbers with B and C, like if one from C wants to go to B, A and C. If one from C goes to B and then Pearl joins A, we'll have 8 and 2 6s. Very nice. I love Ragnar. You are one of us. We're making Oceania history. 20 potential people at 1 p.m. So unsync, will it count towards quest completion? There's 20 players in OCE. How we doing, Pearl? Are you almost in? Because then we'll jump in. And we'll go. Sephiroth isn't in the world list of destinations. I've never server hopped before. Someone help Pearl!
very cool to have some other random gamers coming in to join the group to bolster some numbers. So good. Sorry, Max. I usually send requests to everybody that joins, that's watching on stream, and then I think I added a couple of the randoms from last time as well. Why would I even bother checking Mobius's character? Pretty sure everybody here is. Oh, Uta, you're in here. I think Sally is also a random. Someone says, I want to sync so I get tombstones for my relic. Do you reckon we could play synced? Usha is here. Lovely, lovely. You reckon we can play synced with 20? No, not level sync, but not being an unrestricted party, I think, right? Is that what they mean? Or am I getting confused? Oh, it's not queuing through Duty Finder. And unrestricted is required to go with less than 24. Nice. Is that a no-go for you then, Pearl? Should we go on without you? We'll be doing the third one in the next stream that we do, because this will probably be the last thing that we do for today's stream. And then, yeah, we'll do the third stream and maybe Bosja after that in the next one. Alright, we're going to go ahead. This is the second one, yeah. There was a lot of story between this one and the last one. Yeah. How did you get back in time for that? There was a lot of story, and also we had a Kingdom Hearts conversation. You know how that goes. Okay. Sweet. Follow me, Cooper. We will discover Begannon here within the lighthouse. I am certain of it. Yeah, if there's any, like, lore notes or things to read, let me know, and I'll take a look. Did Begannon the Duma give life to that creature? Famfrit, the darkening cloud. Cool. Alright, hang on. Let's just... we go. Let Uta catch up to the group. Alright, let's go. Dude, and that's just how Famfrit looks. Oh, that's so cool. The design work is incredible. That's just how I remember Famfrit looking. And it's Final Fantasy XII combat music now. Let's go! Next, we'll be having our characters do the Quickenings limit break.
Let the crashing wave cleanse you of your sins.
A tsunami coming in, okay? Ah, I see. Cool, so it'll signal the side.
With this vessel shall your doom be met. O darkest of vessels, you are my sword, you are my rain.
Tide Pod? Don't eat them! Don't eat them! Don't eat the Tide Pods.
O darkest of vessels, you are my bow, you are my rain.
Ah! He's jetting me.
Behold, as waters most foul spill forth to defile the land. In darkness will you know true fear.
We all have marks. Dark rain. Oh, this is the... Everyone has to go to a thing. We gotta go take out some rain. Hey.
The crashing wave cleanse you of your sins.
Hey. You get a triangle, pair up with someone else who has one. Oh.
Tide Pod.
I'm targeting a teammate, didn't even realize. Stack your Doritos. So good. First try, chat. Let's go. We didn't wipe to Famfrit. Nice.
The night beckons once more.
See, there we go. We get our tombstones. The seal on the gate is lifted. We can now venture further up the lighthouse. Nice. I got some stuff I can actually use. Lore. Ancient engraving.
Lo, seeker in days unborn, God blade bearer, know you. This tower challenges the sky.
We're the watcher, the ward of the three weights, soul hungry, unsated. This pattern. It is unmistakably. No, it cannot be. So because you've never been on Sephiroth wouldn't let me visit after you went to the data center and backed out, it let me. Ah, crazy. Classic. The city remains functional after all these centuries. Let us access the transportation nodes. These... Dude! Oh, that's so cool. All of the Final Fantasy XII looking stuff. The city's defenses also seem operational. Destroy them if you must. Oh, there's more. Dude, the Final Fantasy XII aesthetic on the enemies is so good. These guys move? They don't move, they just stand still. Yes, of course. Yes. Yeah. There we go. The heat is almost unbearable. Could this be the heart of the lighthouse's beacon?
Belias the Gigas.
Yeah, dude.
Children of war, come!
Warm your hands at my fire. Nice. So it went from water to fire.
Time waits for no one.
Yep.
You cannot withstand my rage.
Oh. Callan. Oh no. Okay. You get an excuse. Callan gets an excuse. I'm like, Callan, no! bro lagged out. They're all good. Bound by the march of time, forevermore. Right. Interesting. So you have to break that chain, and if you don't, you die. Some broke the chain and lived, some died.
Loyal minions, heed my call. Step into the inferno, step into my hellfire. Whoa! All hands point to death.
Left to stand in these. I think you gotta stand in those. Hey Shizuku, we had it open on Party Finder for a while, so it was open to anyone that was able to join. We just kind of sat there for a while and built a team. We got 19 out of 20. 19 out of 24, I should say. But next stream, we'll be doing the third part of the raid, as well as Bosnia. We are 20. Yeah, like you would join by searching on the Party Finder, and you can see that we'd have the thing open. But yeah, there's always next to... you join with Party Finder, or you can simply find me in the world. I've been stopped. I've been stopped. I think I touched that fucking... I touched the chain. The chain touched me and I died. Next time, feel free to join, and I can get you added in. Bad at looking for like which one of these is the correct one, I'll tell you that. It happens very quickly. Almost done. Okay, so now I know that if any of us touch those chains, we get stopped. Almost done. Yes, let's go.
Let your wrath might eclipse mine.
There we go. We're smashing it. No wipes in the second raid. Let's go. The architecture here is similar to that of the lighthouse, yet something feels off. The air is thin. A crude scrolling. Multiples of 3. 3, 6, 9, 12. Multiples of 4. 4, 8, 12. A concept so simple, a child, let alone the architect of the city's defense network, could grasp it. Or so one would think. An ancient clockwork device. Filling a parties like that may not be the best option on a server that's very far from full. The party finder? We're lucky enough to have, like, a crew here that I can fill up by streaming, and then also having some randoms join in by putting it up. The iron golems. The golems! They look a little bit different to the ones that I would think in tactics. Do we just attack? There we go. Okay. Golems! Get them! They're doing defensive protocols. There's more. Yeah, duty roulette would be pretty wild. Party finder was the way to go. So wild. Navigating the Clockwork City. Literally. A wise arithmetician once said the primes were the most lonesome of numbers. To that I say bollocks. 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19, 23, 29, 31, and on to eternity. There are enough digits here to start a fellowship. Ah, the arithmetician's prime numbers. So I think those are the hints for how did you get here before we slight hints for the numbers of the golems. Oh. The area's final line of defense is upon us. We must proceed with utmost caution. There you go. That's the golem. It's Construct 7. Oh my god. Construct 7. Warning! Warning! Entry prohibited! And we know what they sound like because of tactics with the voice acting. We have an official voice. Oh my god. Hey, 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 hey. Chasing after the group together. Intruder alert, readying variable weapon systems. One's getting very far away. Okay. Now we know that these constructs are fucking crazy with their moves, so I'm not surprised. Oh god. The construct cogs begin to whir. Initiating subject dismissal. Oh. Okay. Oh, okay. What the hell? Readying variable weapon systems. Goddamn dispose. Oh my god. Okay. Right. Yep. Cool. Anomalous intelligence levels detected. Re-education authorized. Booting basic computation protocol. Basic computation protocol loaded. Initiating lesson. Command. Align current vitals with specified multiples. Oh no. Calibrate vitals to multiples of 4. So you would stand in 2 and 4? You would stand in 2 and 4, right? Oh. Divide by 3. Calibrate vitals to multiples of 3. Oh my god, we're doing maths. Oh no. Computation error. Oh, multiples of 3 was inaccuracy. Will be punished. Oh no. We gotta do maths. So I actually did it the wrong way both times. Education failed. Booting Tartarian protocol. Tartarian protocol loaded. It was literally telling us how to do it on all of the etchings. Initiating processing sequence. System error. Processing sequence initiated. Oh my god. Hey, you are being slowly drawn into the rift, torn asunder by Tartarus. Okay, we're split up. Construct 7.1. Fucking hell. Hey, hopefully I'll be good at maths next time. Plus and minus. Oh god, what are we doing? What are we doing? Plus and minus. Do you get to each other? Yeah, you have to walk to the other plus and minus magnets. Magnets! Walk to a minus. Oh my god, okay. You are swallowed by the rift. Research staff, evacuate to shelters immediately. Oh my god. Accelerate. Readying variable weapon systems. Pulverize. no, not basic computation. I can't do maths, apparently. Increasing difficulty. Subtract. Okay. Align current vitals with specified multiples. Calibrate vitals to primes. Get fucked. 2. Two is a prime number, chat. Multiples of 5. Oh, bloody hell, mate. Fuck. Yeah, didn't feel confident in that. It was 4. Incinerate time. Hey, everybody get to healing. Ay, 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 ay. Initiating subject dismissal. Help! Oh, fuck. Alright, it's dispose time. Here we go. Oh my god, I'm just slightly in the fucking zone. I can't get out of it. Oh my god. Holy shit. It's so fast. Fuck, you know what? You should just get hit by it once and then just wait. Get hit by it once and then go the other way. Overheating alert, charging cooling units. We're at 0.9, come on. If anyone wants to do a DPS limit break, now is the time. It's DPS limit break time. Nice. We didn't wipe. GG. Goddamn maths, dude. And it's not even the finale. Because we gotta get to our boy. The Ivalician thief's jacket. We survived. I'm greeding all of these for when I can make my cosmetics go to any class. So good. What a team. Oh. Whoa. There he is. Is it your health? That's the math part, isn't it? Vitals. That would make sense. It's so hard to like look at my vitals and go, oh yeah, sure. Quick maths. Get a calculator out.
Long have I waited for this moment, Garlean swine.
Whoa.
Come! The blood of my fallen brothers feeds my hate!
Yiazmat. Okay, I know that Yiazmat is like the Final Fantasy 12 super boss, right? I never fought. I never did it. Yiazmat is the Final Fantasy 12 super boss, right? I never had the pleasure of doing that one. Same with like Final Fantasy X. I never did any of like the optional shit. Like I didn't do the Dark Aeons or stuff like that.
Agony and sorrow!
I think all that I know about Yiazmat is that it's like notorious for having too much fucking health.
Is not yet over.
Oh god, we're doing pluses? Oh, you stay on plus side if you're plus?
Escape this! Agony and sorrow!
I'm assuming I stay on plus side if I'm plus. While I get fucking juggled in the air.
Like a knife through butter!
He's gonna start spinning around.
Your suffering is not yet over.
If I'm plus, I go to minus because of magnets. Right. I didn't know if it was the symbol of just stay on the side. Makes sense.
Escape this! Your pain is my pleasure.
What are you summoning?
You will know no mercy.
Oh, the name of the attack is Magnet as well.
Your suffering is not yet over.
I sense a change in the area's magnetic field.
Agony and sorrow. I, Begamnon, shall deliver the king's justice! Feel the wrath of my brothers!
No. Dude, he's still at 87%. They did what I said. He's has a significant amount of health, right? A significant amount of health. That is all that I know about the Final Fantasy 12 super boss. Got some dead people. Heart of the Dragon.
Scream louder! I want to remember this! This is far from finished, Guardians! a knife through butter! Your suffering is not yet over. I'll tell you, live from it!
Oh man, Heart of the Dragon did a lot of damage. Hey, done it 22.
Like a knife through butter!
Magnets.
Agony and sorrow! Feel the wrath of my brothers! I, the captain, shall deliver the king's justice! My wounds give me strength! Enough! Like a knife through butter! Your suffering is not yet over. Agony and sorrow!
Fuck yeah, let's go! Didn't stop, made it pop. No wipes in raid number 2, chat. Let's go.
Have escaped me in this life. But I shall be waiting in the next.
The victory theme, there it is. The lighthouse complete. Yeah, Yiazmat is the ultimate elite mark in Final Fantasy XII. It's the ultimate mark and the ultimate boss. Defeating Yiazmat takes at least an hour at high levels and player skill, but usually takes longer. And it has 50 million HP. 50,112,254 to be exact. By the way. That is incredible. The Yiazmat card. They give you 3 chances at the Yiazmat. Oh, Construct 8 minion! Construct 8 minion! Oh my god. Cool. That's so amazing. Can you go back to the last boss from here, or do you need to go all the way through again? You can return and use the teleporter. Cool. You can slap Yiazmat until your party is spent. Leave, recover, come back, and his health will be where you left off. How wild is that? We'll do that eventually when I play Final Fantasy XII. I'll make sure to actually do everything. Yeah, like, obviously, when the Final Fantasy games that I played when I was younger, that I haven't gone back to replay in the years since, like 10 and 12, games like that, that's where a lot of the optional content is that I haven't actually engaged with. Final Fantasy 7 and 8, I've done, like, everything. Final Fantasy IX I've probably done the least because I just played through the main story like once. And that was the first PS1 Final Fantasy game that I played when there were remasters, so I just used like speed boost. So just kind of ran through it. But I'd like to go through it and soak it in a little bit more for the next time. Alright, very nice on the victory poses. Oh. Let's pass on that. Okay. Pretty good. Construct 8 minion. Let's go. I was wondering when we'd get a one of these. I'll summon a minion after. Go back to Construct 7 to see it dance. Mother's necklace. But what is it doing here? Unless... Yes, it's the one that looks similar. Buddy? Do look slightly different. Alma. Alma, are you there? I'm here, Ramza. Extraordinary. The stones are different, but the craftsmanship is identical. However did it come to be in Bagamnan's possession? Though they are indeed of different shape, the stones appear to be cut from the same crystal. Oh, they are. Auracite. Auracite? And what makes you say that? Can't you feel it? You can feel it. Can't you, Hurdy?
Do you recall me telling you that Bagamnan considered the necklace special? It was special because it was entrusted to him by Prince Rasla. He was to return it to Princess Ashelia upon delivering Her Highness from Nalbina Fortress.
A family keepsake. Of course, and each necklace, each auracite, has acted as a lodestone, drawing both of our parties closer and closer to Ivalice. Indeed, Father, the auracite guides us. Ramza, are you recovered? Thank you, sister. I am well now. From what we know of the Duma and the Otius, vestiges of one's will may endure at an auracite. Could it be, then, that the desire of the former owner or creator of these necklaces was simply to return to Ivalice? But who could that have been? Ramza Beowulf. He wanted people to return to his homeland and uncover the truth behind the kingdom's founding. But then why show us Lassalia and Gorg, you ask? Simple. We are being tested. The auracite is measuring our worth, seeing if we are deserving of that truth. You say these things as if you knew them, but how could you? Nothing we have uncovered suggests anything of the kind. Yeah, he touched the crystal, didn't he? He got put into a coma. I know you have your doubts, but I can assure you they are misplaced. For now, I must ask you to trust me, Lady Murilla. Lady Murilla? Since when did you... Ramza, are you feeling quite yourself? Of course I am, sister dearest. I have never felt better. I sense a disturbance in the ether. Father, these necklaces are gifts. Gifts from the old god who once watched over the Ivalicians. It is proof we have their blessing. With the necklaces and the Otius, we can finally prove... Thank you, Omega. I know not what came over me. Ramza, you must rest. Leave me be, Alma. Did I not tell you I'll be fine? Hey, bring the old Ramza back for a second there. Bring the original. Hey, he was so good and polite. Fucking. He's got to touch the crystal to be a nice person. Oh my god. Are you feeling quite yourself? You're being quite nice. Another adventure under our belt, say, Omega? I best put pen to page before the details fade. Lassalia, now Gorg. One would think our discovery is more than sufficient to prove the Lexan Tale's claims, at least with regard to Ivalice's existence. But something tells me that until Jeremy has proof that his ancestors were not the heretics the Church painted them to be, he will not rest. And then there is the curious case of Ramza. At Alma's throat one moment, and old sister dearest the next. He was like a different person when he came to, but I seem to be alone in wondering exactly what happened to him back at the lighthouse. If you ask this lady, he must have taken quite some bump to the head when he fell. Then again, didn't take him long to turn back into his spiteful little self, so all's well that ends well. Very, very nice. Okay. Let me have a look here. Let me redeem my orchestron rolls for a second. Get them out of there. And then... Sorry. Sorry, Graha. I've got a construct. Inoperative when discovered in the Clockwork City of Gorg, the queer device word to life when a crystal was inserted under its chest plate. As long as the crystal is not replaced with auracite, the automaton should prove harmless. Construct A. It does the moves. It does the moves. Does the construct dance? It just does that. So good. And with that one, everyone, that was our return to Final Fantasy XIV and our return to Ivalice. We got to experience 2 out of 3 of the Alliance raids for this stream. Thank you so very much for joining me, everybody. This was a really nice, warm welcome to come back to 14. And I'm so excited to see how this one will close out in the next one. So we'll have another stream. I'll figure out when to schedule it. I'll figure out when it is, because either it'll be sometime this week or early next week, but I'll try and figure it out. So I'll schedule when the next Final Fantasy XIV stream will be. Maybe I'll try and get it on my Monday morning, which could be a Sunday afternoon. We'll see how we go. Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening for some people. We shall see, because I'm streaming this Saturday, my Saturday anyway, for the Apocalypse Game Day stream. So I'll figure out when to put the next one in. So we're going to do the 3rd raid, and then we might do this Bosja stuff after it as well. See how we go for time. but I'm excited to check that one out. So yeah, appreciate each and every one of you for coming along and watching the return to Final Fantasy XIV, especially those of you that came and joined in to form the Alliance party as well. Super cool that we can get close to 24, and maybe we'll have an easier time in the next stream for the final one. Hope you have a good American holiday, yeah? Hope you have a good rest of your evening, afternoon, wherever you are, rest of your day. Keep an eye out for the next stream. Thank you again to the gifted subs from Mobius and Roy. Keep an eye out for the Apocalypse Game Day stream this week if you want to watch some Cruelty Squad. If not, there's a couple of other streams you can watch as well before they go public to everybody. And with that one, I'll see you next time.